Hello everyone and welcome. It's a brand new year, which means a brand new stream, and hopefully it won't be the only stream, right? I have a dedicated streaming PC set up so that way I could do Budgie 11 development and blow up the mini PC as much as I like, and it should result in as minimal interruptions as possible. And everything pipes directly. I can actually show a little bit behind the scenes in a second here, but I have like the camera literally streaming through GStreamer, if you can believe it, to the PC, to the other PC, and I'm using Pipewire because Pipewire is based and awesome to stream the audio actually. So it does mean that, you know, if things go down, we'll lose the video and audio. But at least you'll be able to see, I don't know, BIOS and whatever. We'll work on it. So, yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. So let's switch over here. So, what are we working on today? Well, for those that have been out of the loop for a while, Budgie 10.10 finally released. And Budgie Desktop, if you're not familiar with it, is a desktop environment. It's what you can sort of see on my 4K monitor that's squeezed down. I apologize. There are only so many things I'm going to sacrifice in terms of screen resolution for you guys. But basically, you know, we have like Budgie menu, we have Raven, etc. Chances are, if you're here, you already know what Budgie is. But it's a desktop environment for Linux-based operating systems. So we released Budgie 10.10, which supports Wayland only. Now, Wayland, if you're not familiar with it, is effectively a set of protocols that are used by Compositor developers. So developers think of it as like classical window managers, but in reality, they just all follow a set of specs and optimize for a particular given flow, like whether they're, you know, a tiling compositor, sort of traditional like tiling window managers, or floating or hybrid, whatever have you. So you'll have like Quinn, you'll have Mutter. These are sort of the two most well-known ones, and then you'll have all the WL Roots ones. So WL Roots coming from Sway originally, and based off WL Roots, you have things like Wayfire and LabWC. And of course, the one used by Sway itself, along with probably a million other ones that I'm honestly forgetting. And then in another corner, you have this thing called Mir. Now, people, I'm sure if you're old enough or you have enough of a memory, which nowadays mine's practically like a goldfish, which is a blessing, but you will remember Mir as effectively a completely different way of defining, as well, it's effectively a completely different X11 alternative, for lack of better words, that was originally competing against Wayland as well. But Wayland won the war. Think of it as like VHS and Betamax. And as a result, Mir ended up just transforming into being a framework for building Wayland compositors. And then we have things like Miraway, which I could show as well, which is developed by the Mir folks as well. Well, okay, they don't have any cool screenshots, but it displays things, right? It displays shells, it displays applications, it handles frame buffers, that sort of stuff. So originally, I know I'm providing a massive history lesson here. Originally, for Budgie 10.10, we were going to have a WL Roots based Magpie. So that was effectively going to be written in like C++, and WL Roots is like a C library. So like Campbell had to do a bunch of like weird wrapping, and it wasn't particularly ergonomic. And it was decided that instead of going down the WL Roots path with Budgie 11, like building our own compositor, we were just going to use an existing off-the-shelf one. So Budgie 10.10 ships with LabWC as the suggested default, It's not required. You just need something that has all the support for the different specs, so even Wayfire works. And for Budgie 11, we were going to develop one leveraging Mir. Right. So that is what I'm doing. And what I could do, I'm going to open it up in a console here. Let me CD to it, to Magpie here. And I will also zoom in on the text here because I know it's probably quite small. Can I do it like this? There. Not that you're particularly missing out on anything. So we have, it says Mir on X because I think it does like this weird thing when you're, they don't support nested Wayland, which is a little unfortunate. But you pass them basically a different, what is it? Different Wayland, forget, my mind's drawing a blank. Different Wayland display, which defines a different Wayland socket, and then it spins up a Wayland client on that socket. So we have a black screen, which isn't very exciting, right? But if I were to do like, I think it's Alt Control T because the keys are a little funny. I don't think it's, oh, it's going to be T Alt Control. No? No? Is it not gonna fire up? All right. Come on. This was just working. The key sim stuff is a little funky. There we go. Took a little bit of work, but we got it. So we have this is Kitty, which is just a terminal inside. So we have that. And then, you know, I could close it and launch something else. So if we were to do like, I don't know, Firefox or whatever, Alt Control B. Let's see if that even opens up in the Wayland thing. It does, surprisingly. I wasn't actually expecting that because last time I tried this, I hadn't hooked up all the the process bits. But the program is just shy on camera. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. So that's basically it. Now, of course, it wouldn't be particularly interesting if it was just you could launch a single application, although it's a good start. I have actually gotten Budgie desktop to run within it, so the screenshots that I have are legit. But I have like a fun little shell script here that basically states, you know, run against Wayland 99, which is that socket, SwayBG, and then dbus launch Budgie panel. And it works. The keybinds are a little finicky, but it launches. So let me switch. I just want to switch over to the other PC here. ESN said, "How is your Wayland Compositor stuff going?" Well, I have effectively just followed the Mir tutorial and then farted around with adding Qt integration, so that way I could do all the Qt process stuff, and also so I could start integrating Qt-based libraries like KConfig. And I finally got that working, so that's what we're doing. Next dude says, "Congrats on Budgie 10." Last one, yeah, that's also a keynote that I forgot to mention. Budgie 10.10 is like the 10.10 series of releases, so you know it's not like we're just shipping one 10.10 and then no bug fixes. But like that series is effectively the last one for Budgie 10. And it's in maintenance mode, so we're focused on 11 at this point. And there's another around the corner with Smith. This is true, yes. So for those that somehow also missed it, the XFCE folks announced that they were building their own compositor, leveraging Smithy, which I think is an excellent decision on their part. I certainly empathize with the whole idea of integrating, of trying to effectively add Wayland support into their existing window manager while maintaining X11 support. So ensuring a separation of concerns there by having a dedicated Wayland compositor alongside having their existing XFWM for X11, I think is a really good move on their part, and I certainly wish them the best with that. I know they've gotten, for some stupid reason, a lot of flack for spending money that has just been sitting there for who knows how long to make sure that they have a good compositor, but I feel like people forget that the compositor is like a really important foundational element. You know, Budgie 10.10 wouldn't have effectively been able to launch without having a good compositor that underlies it. Because otherwise, for example, our layer shell elements probably wouldn't have been correctly positioned. Window behaviors would have been incorrect. You know, just even having a frame buffer, being able to go to your GPU and your display for like full screen stuff and unredirection, like that wouldn't have worked properly. So it's really, so I think it's a really good decision on their part to have a separation concerns there and spend, aka invest that open collective money into a good compositor. So yeah, exciting times with XFCE doing all that. Of course, as you guys know, we use libxfc for windowing for Budgie, and it's been great. You know, massive thanks to the XFCE folks for putting that together. Since, well, I've had to deal with a lot of Wayland stuff with all the surface things, with layer shell, with WLR output management protocol, and oh boy, it's never fun. Why did I choose Mir over WL roots in Smithy, by the way? So that is a great question. In terms of WL roots and over WL roots, I could say easily it's ergonomics. So WL roots is C-based. That's perfectly fine. If you love C, WL roots is your go-to, right? But if you want to leverage it with C++, you end up having to do a lot of wrappers. And we actually, well, and by we, I mean Campbell. I could show you. I know we're not really doing a whole lot here, but if I go to the old Magpie repo, which is on GitHub, you know, the thing that's shoving AI everywhere. And I say that as literally somebody that uses Cursor. Even I'm fucking sick of it. If I go to like V1 here, actually we'll go V1 WL roots, the latest one, because Campbell did some work on that a long time ago. Oh wait, no, the other one was more modern. Hold on. Let's see if I could quickly pop that open. Yeah, here it is. You have to do a bunch of this stuff. So you basically start a wrapper, you define externcy things, and then you shove all the headers in there and all the wrappers, and then you have to then close it, and then you end up with a bunch of fun stuff where you still end up calling very C-like functions. It just allows you to interrupt and call those. But fundamentally, it's C that looks, it's C within your C++ code base. And I wanted C++ code in my C++ code base. And Mir is written in C++. They have excellent documentation, excellent APIs. It's C++ native. So that was sort of the go-to. In terms of Smithy, it's Rust. I like Rust. I think Rust is it's a good choice for a lot of things. But as you know, the Qt bridges stuff is very new and very much still a work in progress. So the ergonomics of writing Qt with Rust is still, in my opinion, not great. So that's been the biggest turnoff. So you basically would have like one element that's written in Rust, or maybe two. Like originally Budgie desktop services, I was tinkering with the Rust implementation, but I ended up going with C++. But it was more just like, let's hyper focus on one language, and then down the line we'll reevaluate and probably convert things to Rust. But let's just all hyper focus, get really good at C++, get really good at Qt, ship stuff, and then down the line we could reevaluate things. At least that's sort of my mindset, and why I end up choosing to go with Mir over Smithy. But you know, to each their own. Can relate to the ERC with C focused C++. Yeah. And even like I will admit, even I sometimes fall into that trap because I've had to deal with like GDK and C. I fall into this trap a lot actually with Qt. where I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I probably have to pull an XYZ library as well, and yada yada. I'm like, wait a second, no, Qt probably is able to do this, and I don't have to use any external library and shoehorn C stuff in. But you know, so for us, I could show you. I am not going to oversell the degree of progress that's been made on this compositor, okay? Like 99% of the time was me just trying to figure out the most ergonomic way of integrating Qt into this thing. Because for those unaware, Qt has its own main loop, and that main loop is used to help process events, and these events are very important for their signal and slot system, and that's sort of a foundational element to a lot of the aspects of like multiprocessing, and for basically having a process-driven or a callback-driven system. Event-driven system is the word I'm looking for. So getting Qt working was really important, and basically I refused to work on any other element. So you have like these built-in keybinds and startup apps and that kind of stuff. And a lot of that was just done to ensure that I had some of the fundamentals down from the mural documentation. So actually I could show you that. I guarantee you guys, if you follow the tutorial for getting started with Mir and writing your own compositor, that within half an hour at most, like this is as simple as you need to get a compositor working. You'll have to do what I do of like passing the mural host and yada yada, the Wayland host. But other than that, it just works. And going from nothing to something in the span of like half hour to a few hours is pretty magical. I could tell you for certain that wasn't the case for poor old Campbell with WL roots. And WL roots is fantastic, don't get me wrong. Like, I have absolutely nothing against WL roots. But there's a reason why what I'm referencing with this mural, it's an abstraction layer. It's intended to make things simple. You could dive in as deep as you want with Mir. But at least with WL roots, there isn't, as far as I'm aware, that they don't have like a WL root soul, you know? It's just WL roots, which I think is fine. Also, what I'm gonna do, if you guys don't mind, okay, actually the audio looks like it's pretty loud in general. I'm gonna turn it down on my side because my ears are getting blown out and I feel like I'm shouting. Let's see. Let me know if that's still too loud. I have a hardware mixer as well, but I don't, anyways. All right, so what I did was, effectively to get this working, is I just have a Q core application, right? So that sets up the main loop for Qt. You have your Mir runner, and I just spin up the runner, like I start it in a separate thread. And that seems to work out, at least for now. Well, we'll see down the line. But otherwise, the run with will block the main loop, which is fine because it's a compositor, right? But when you want to do Qt things, you can't have it blocking. So having it in its own Qt thread seems to do the trick. At the very least, I can show. So we have this process finished bit for require application. We actually have it here for launch app. So if I restart, or can I actually show? Did I just close it? Yeah. So you can see here we have this process finished kitty with Q process of a normal exit. And that was important because if we want to launch, for example, a login manager, and we want that to be the only thing that runs, and it's required that it runs, otherwise the compositor goes down or restarts the application, you kind of need to make sure that the process events work, which ties into the whole signal and event system, right? So that was like the big thing where the moment I got the Qt stuff working, it was indicative by me being able to do this. I have to do this in a bit of weird way with this Q meta object stuff because it's launching in a separate thread with a reference to the app. So it is what it is, but it's still, in my opinion, ergonomic enough. You know. Now, what we're going to be doing now that we have all that working is integrating KConfig, which is a library that is, or a framework that is developed by KDE that provides basically a way of generating, of using, effectively you write a schema for what you want your configuration to look like, and it will generate then the appropriate classes for reading and writing configurations. And also it handles things like migrations, and also as part of all of this in KConfig core, you also can have it listened for when the file changes. And this is important for effectively external configuration management. So if you were to modify the file, you would want to make sure that your compositor is then aware, or really any application. But in this case, our compositor is aware that the config changes, and to maybe remap any keybinds or change any behaviors in the compositor. So this is sort of a foundational piece. What I'm going to focus on probably for this stream though, is taking out all this stuff, right? Where we have like all these different keybinds and just having a modifier system. And this isn't too far off from what like LabWC does, and well, what most compositors do is they'll have their own way of configuring what certain keybinds do. At the very least, we'll do that until we have like input triggers, which is something that I'm not gonna spoil anything, but something that's been in the works. Not by me, but you know, I don't want to steal anyone's thunder. So first, we have to figure out how the hell do we even, you know, I think I actually already have it integrated in the CMake, right? No, I don't. Oh my god. All right, well, fine. We'll do oh, it might actually be here. No. Well, okay then. We'll add that. So we're gonna do a find package down here. A KF6, it's require components, and it's going to be, what do they call it? Sometimes they reference it as just that, or they put the K in front of it. So no, it's going to be config, and then we need to link it to private. So this is going to be in here. So we have this private, so target link libraries on the Magpie binary. Private, right now we have Mural, we have QCore, and we have, oh my, what are you, what the fuck? Cursor, I didn't ask you to do anything, go away. I should really see if there's a way I could turn off cursor. No, let me do this off screen actually. I don't know if it's going to show account stuff. Let's see, cursor settings. Can I turn it off for this? For this project? No, because for Budgie stuff, I will occasionally use LLMs, but not with any of the cute stuff, because that robs me of my ability to learn and become proficient. And typically it gets the shit wrong anyways. So, to be completely honest. So it ends up just doing tab completion stuff, and it's completely off base. And just annoys me. Right, so describe it in XML and use KConfig compiler to generate classes that read and write. Yes, that's exactly what we want to do. But do you have documentation for this? KConfig. I'm sure there's plenty of here. Have to get this working. Right, so the KDE configuration compiler, yeah, generates the C++ source code from XML. from an XML file containing information about configuration options .kconfig and a file that provides code generation options .kcfgc. The generated class is based off KConfig skeleton. All right, let's open that up, which is from the GUI parts. Okay. And provides an API for the application to access its configuration data. Just no, this should be .hpp. Sorry, that I draw the line when I look at .h ICC. It's .hpp for C++. It's the only right answer, right? I'm not opinionated whatsoever. If you want to do like HXX and CXX, I suppose that's acceptable. But .c, nah, no. I refuse. Described by its DTD kcfg.xsd. Well, that rolls right off the tongue. File tag may either contain name attribute. Do they have just an example? Because that's of a single entry. Here. Parameterized. Alright, let's maybe just... I have to zoom out a bit. Sorry, guys. Let's see. Must either contain name attribute, which should be the name of the configuration file described, or the arg attribute, which is set to true, will allow you to pass the k shared config pointer object to use. If neither name blah blah blah, it will be app name rc, right? They include tags are optional and may contain C++ headers that are needed to compile the code needed to compute default values, right? So this is quite similar to, here, actually I'll pull it up here. Is it this? Let's see. There we go. Let me zoom in here, just so I could show. Zoom in even more. If somebody has a magical extension, also I need to skip that. I'm gonna skip the song, sorry. All right, too much noise. If I check the C++, so it's going to be under. I think it's the. Where is it? We have our schema. If I look for the schema, it'll be easier that way. So display schema. We have this adapter here, and we reference somewhere here. We would reference the header that we have for our meta stuff for these meta modes, but can't find it immediately. Damn, that's annoying. Oh, similar what we used to do for QDBus gen. Remaining objects. Remaining entries in the XML are grouped by the tag group, which describes the corresponding group in the configuration file. XML thing is, let's see, is only if you want to use KConfig xt, part of the library. All right. Let me look that KConfig xt. Whoa. Hold on. Oh yeah, because I'm on the API one. Man, I wish the API stuff, I know this is probably code gen, but I wish it just went to here. And who was it that was like improving all the documentation as well? Because they did stuff for Kirigami and it's like awesome now. Man, this is what I wanted. All right, now we could cook. Fantastic. All right. Looks at the KDE configuration system. Yeah, it's abstract away actual storage and retrieval configuration settings. represents a single object, which is exactly, we'll have a single thing. That would be you. Dude, you are awesome. Thank you for all your work on documentation. I know it's like, well, I mean, I'll show you an example of terrible documentation, right? Like if I go here, well, for one, I haven't even updated this. So case in point that it says next, right? Go to the first page. Might I didn't still like your Kirigami's. Oh man, big fan. But like this, I mean, I did a bunch of this, but let's be honest, it doesn't really help all that much in. But yeah, thank you for all that work. So here we have the KConfig stuff used. Yeah, so this is exactly what we're looking for. You specify a full path. Say any style file. Yeah, that was like the one thing that I find to be. I'm more of a fan of TOML, but I mentioned this in the first chirp that we wrote, which is like a short form blog, right? Instead of the Iliad that I always write. Well, the Iliad and the Odyssey. But I would prefer a TOML one. Maybe at some point we could get there, but any it's close enough. And hopefully most people won't have to touch the configs. A fan of TOML compared to any. I like the more structure of TOML, yeah. It's not the biggest deal though. I'm not gonna be like, oh, this KConfig thing, it's ass because I can't do TOML, wah, you know. Because fundamentally, I just want files on my system. I know it's like an overrated feature, but I want files on my system that could copy to other systems, right? I could sync them almost, maybe with a thing. Like, I don't know, we could call it sync thing. I'm not very creative with names. Wouldn't complain if someone made a KConfig TOML. Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly open to doing the work and integrating TOML 11 for that, but I want to just get the actual KConfig thing working first. But Budgie uses all the G-setting stuff, which is all dconf. And well, dconf is its own special thing, especially when you have to do dconf dumps and loads. And, you know, it's not flawless. For its time, I'm sure it was great. But I just want files, man. Just give me files. So this is, let's go ahead and actually, you know, maybe write some code here. I'm gonna do something controversial. I'm actually gonna create a new file here. What the hell? Yeah, crazy, right? We are gonna call this config. We'll just call it config.cpp for now. And we are going to include kconfig. It's probably not what it's actually, but let's see. Task setup. Oh my god. Ever since I did, so I'm on Fedora Rawhide. Ever since I did one of the upgrades, it does this vomiting. I always have to just nuke the build. Task setup. Alright, so we have that. Let's see if the actual header is kconfig. No, it's k-shared config. No, it's kconfig. Do I not have it on my system then? I mean, in theory, I just pulled it down, so I should have it. No, right, it's probably kf6. kf6-kconfig. Oh, okay, well. I'm just gonna blame the Clank integration. And we're gonna have yeah, you know what? I want this to be, I'm already probably over-architecting this, but I'm gonna do this. Include Q object. We're going to do a class of config is public Q object. We're gonna have Q object here. We're gonna have Q property, which is going to be the kconfig class itself. Although, I mean, I probably don't want to have it, I kind of want it to be a Q shared pointer. KConfig. I don't think I'm gonna want a set directly, to be honest, just reading the config. And I'm gonna have public. We're gonna have explicit config. Q object of null pointer. Sadly, this is actually legit. KConfig is the normal config. K shared config is ref counted, so you use it. So you could use it multiple times in your app. Ah, okay. Well, in that case, I will use that here instead of having a shared pointer too, because I expect we will use it multiple times throughout the application. So that would be logical. Okay, shared config. Let me look up because I actually want to learn this and not just have cursor feed me shit. Let's pull this up. Let's see. K shared config pointer. All right, so it provides a shared, like you said, reference counted variant of KConfig. This allows you to use/manipulate the same configuration files from multiple different places in your code without having to worry about accidentally overwriting changes. Well, you probably just saved me a bunch of hassle by calling out K shared config, so thank you for that. Open config method is thread safe. Every thread gets a separate repository of the shared KConfig objects. This means, however, you'll be responsible for synchronizing the instances of KConfig for the same file name between threads, or using KConfig reparse after a manual change notification, just like you do. Right, so but this is only for open config. So I wouldn't be opening the config on multiple different locations. I would be opening it in one location and then sharing around the pointer to the K shared config. I expect. If I'm even doing that, to be honest, it might just be that I have my singleton config that I then reference throughout the compositor, and then that points to a single instance. But we'll see. I think for now, probably using it being ref counted is probably a safe bet initially. So here we have an open config. So that will append, according to this, I could specify the file name. All right. And we would want it to point to the, let's do that. So I'm going to do KConfig. Do this. This is almost certainly overkill. All right. Let's open up this side by side. Let's do this. No, don't. No, stop it. Stop auto completing. You're not helping here. You think you're helping. You know what? Can I? Let's just YOLO this. Was it tabs maybe? Cursor tab. Tab aware multi-line suggestion. I'm gonna turn that off temporarily. Just turn it all off. And before I just use Z, because I want to learn, damn it. Like, even if that means struggling and it would have known instantaneously, that's not the point. So we want to do that, and I want to point it to a full file path. So we are going to have that as KConfig, K shared config, open config, and we're going to do it's like Q standard paths, I think. But I need to remember how we do this special join stuff. Let me open that up, Q path. Because I'm going to point it to the, let's see, standard locations. It's going to be the config. I don't know why I'm even reinventing this when I literally have this code open here. I could just grab the config code from here, config. Refresh my memory on that. Let's look up. It's going to be Budgie display configuration shim. I even wrote a little thing in my config utils, which it's that. Oh, that's not even using. Oh, that's terrible. Do I not have a way of joining it? I guess not. I feel like those should have used standard Qt interfaces. Let's see. Generic config location. Yes. This is what I would have wanted. All right. This is how you could tell I'm very new to Qt stuff, even despite all the Budgie display config bits. I just assume it doesn't have something, but I'm trying to get in the habit of actually checking. I want stuff related to paths. Q standard paths, painter paths. Let's see. We're just joining Q to join paths. Surely it must have it. Qdir. QPath. Sorry, QPath combine. Qdir is apparently a thing. Is QPath a thing? Qdir. Qdir is what I'm looking for, I think. So we want to basically concatenate. So if I swap over to this, pull in Qdir. Auto path is equal to Qdir. Let's see. Provides access to the contents. I don't want that. I just want to construct it based off the absolute. What are these though? QPath stuff is great. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Writable locations. Oh, here. Oh, even. Oh. Of course they would have a breakdown to it. Hold on though. Mac OS and Windows. Oh, then they have Linux below. Okay. I was about to table flip. But no, they have Linux stuff done. Yeah, this is exactly one. Yep. So .config. So we'll do that. Qdir. Let's see, make path. Is that for actually making the directory? Yes, that calls to make the directory if it doesn't exist. All I want is a join. Really? Clean path joined. Dot file path. Painter path stroker? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, fine. Maybe I'll just copy over my stuff. Let's see. Feels bad. No, there must be ergonomic. Make absolute. Sys. All I want to do is so dir add search path, clean path from native separators. What's the goal here? The goal here is just to easily construct a joined paths using the correct separators. Like I literally have code here on doing that. But I want to see if there's a cute way of doing it. Because you can make the directory exist entry. I would expect just to pass in like a Q string list here. Given ones. Pointing to it, current path. No, all right. Well, I'll just grab this then. copy these over. Let's make a config folder. Hey, when I and paste these. No toml, no thank you. File system path. No, I actually want this to be a qdir. So let's go ahead and do that. Qdir. Let's put this above. I don't think I actually need file system here because we'll be joining it ourselves. Let's do a, oh, it's, what is the thing? It's in the KDE CMake thing. QString literal is what I want. QString literal for config name. Let's import this, please. What on earth? Oh. QString literal. Unknown type QString literal. Is that not the thing? It is. We're just gonna let it sort its life out. I don't even think we need to do this. We're just gonna do going so far. Well, right now I'm just farting around with the pathing stuff. Well, we'll do this for now. Because what we'll do is when we create the config class, because it'll be a singleton, so I'm not worried. We'll just let's see, do this cute logging. This we're not going to use, so let's rip that out. Let's go ahead and create a. We're going to just do a QString. I feel like there must be an ergonomic way of like doing a push or something to this. Set path. Some overload function. Set search. No. Make path. We'll just do QString path. Actually, we'll just auto QString. Just call it path. QString literal, I think. What's it complaining about? Unused declaration. I mean, it's literally imported here. How is it pulled into the, oh, it's because it's QString. QString literal here. Let's see. Config, this is going to be a qdir. Rip all that out. Maybe it does need to be, just have it be a QString for now. I'm not going to fight that. Your audio is a bit low and I can't read your code. Sorry. I will zoom in further. And also, well, for me, I'm almost peaking on my side. Is there any way you could turn me up a little bit? I mean, I could try turning myself up a little bit on the mic itself, but is it in relation to the, hold on, it might be in relation to the desktop audio, I guess. Let me tweak that. Let me tweak that a little bit. Let's see. I lowered that a little bit there. Let me know if that's any better, but I'm not sure. Also, I feel like this is it only going to one channel as well? Because it's mono, but oh, I need to see. One sec. Advanced options. This should be mono. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. I think I might have just been in people's left ear this entire time. Oops. Good for you headphone enjoyers, left ear enjoyers. QString do Q string here. And then we are going to set Q string by default as the Q standard paths : let's see. Config location. And they have the separator thing here. Separator from native separators. 2 native separators. Do they have a constant though for native separate? I mean, I guess it doesn't really make it. We'll just do it like this. Slash. The desktop audio was fine actually. No, I can't hear the music. Ah, damn it. All right, I'll change it. But the other audio is as high as it could go, really. So I will see about tweaking it off stream further. Let's see, we'll do this. Plus microphone is nicer now. Yeah, that I didn't even. It didn't even occur to me that. Let's see. We'll do this. Path dot. Let's go back to QString. I'm not sure why that's not in my history, but okay. QString append. Path. Do this. We'll start off with this. What is this complaining about? Path dot. What the hell? That's how I construct it. What is going on here? What is like none of this is none of the pathing stuff here is. I should maybe just consider switching over to like Kate or something, to be honest. Pull that in. Q standard paths. This should just be a string, right? It's an enum. But the enum maps to a given value, doesn't it? Let's see. QString list. QString writable location. Returns a directory where the type should be written to. Right, okay, so it should be QString paths : writable location. And then within that you have this. And then that will return a QString. So we could actually just do this QString path. Standard path. Q standard. Standard. Oh my god. Standard path. Alright. So we do that. And then we're going to do a path append. It should. Expecting new line. Yeah. And slash. This is almost certainly not the way of doing it. I'll just do Budgie desktop. Path.append. No, I could do it like this. I could one line this. Slash Budgie desktop. This is almost certainly the worst possible way of doing this, but also why am I doing it like that? Budgie desktop. We'll call it Magpie dot. I guess it's a ini. We'll call conf maybe. Config. So that does it like that. However, then I want to use qdir two native separators to get the Q string. So actually, I don't even think I need it like this. I'll do q dir : to native separators. Native separators. Let's remove that. Is it path for a folder in .config? Yes. So the idea was it would be in, I could actually show, probably. If I zoom in here, .config/Budgie desktop. Might want to check the KConfig API again. All right, let's see. Data resource app location. Well, so it's not going to be directly in that, but I guess if I specify the app data, app data location, which is oops, from Q standard paths, yes. All right, for the app, so it'll automatically app name. But what is it going to define as the app name? Because wouldn't that be just org.buddiesofbudgie.magpie.conf or something? But I suppose I could just specify, I could change the name of the file. Because I would want the app data location to be Budgie desktop, and then the file be within that, you know? So it says a hierarchy, it searches KConfig dirs, Q standard paths, yep. No globals. Well, I do want it to be merged in with globals because we want to be able to provide vendor configurations. I think that's important. Like as in like distribution overrides and stuff as well. I check that. Let's check the constructor. Open file. Kiosk mode lockdown. I'm not going to worry about that yet, but that is going to be valuable. Let's see. KConfig core. See special configuration options. Uses the name provided by K. Yeah, I haven't integrated a K about data, but I should probably do that. I did that with Kodo actually, now I think about it. Yeah. App name default would be in that. Yeah, that still shoves it in the top level though. As opposed to, like, my line of thinking is everything gets into the Budgie desktop directory, but that's okay. I could probably live with this for now, you know? In the tutorial, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I'll just shove it in the top for now. I think that'll be the simplest thing. Do I need to pass the... Let's see. Source of version. Foo. Tenant foo. Application domain. The desktop file, we don't need to worry about that. It's just saying the default doesn't require you construct the path yourself. And there's a way to specify a folder that you use for the configs. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Or that's the end goal here. Not necessarily with. Yeah. I know they specify like here, like the full path as an example of being able to specify that. With the open config as well. where you just specify the path. So like you'd see here, like that Q string. I mean, you're aware of this. I mean, it assumes .config. You specify a folder, Magpie something. Right. I'll just read it, you know, instead of I'm just going to read the documentation. Because they specify simple config here, so not to be merged in. Let's see, single option, yep. Be loaded from the config resource as determined by Q standard paths, meaning that every instance of my app RC, which is specified here, object is in each of the directories in the config resource hierarchy, be merged in, yep. Searches, so the so I don't need to construct that. That'll be the default, of course, so you don't need to specify that. So, but that'll mean .config blog, as you noted. Let's see. Each application has its own configuration object that uses the name provided by K about data, appended with RC as its name. So an app named my app name would the default of my app RC. It's accessed with no name. So basically, if you didn't specify one, then the default would just be the constructing of the KConfig. Finally, there's the globals. Let's see, common use. Say the current state we call sync. Yep. Reparse configuration that we know. Oh. Okay. Apparently I'm looking at the source code now. Thus provides a way. Reference the same one that we are aware of. Okay. Let's see. File must be ini. You know, we're just gonna roll with it. Let's not fly around with this. We'll delete all this. Let's just see where it fires up. Open config, and we are gonna specify the. Open up K shared config. It's the file name. If non-absolute, we'll look for the standard by type. Right. So we're just going to call this, we're just going to call it Magpie. But what I said above might be with app config location. I don't recall. App config location. App config. Yeah, exactly. So it does it by app name. So it would be like, this is exactly what I was trying to avoid, where it specifies as .config slash, and then be our program name is org buddies of Budgie Magpie. So you have like that whole thing in there, and then within that you would have the conf again. Whereas I would just want it to be .config. So that's why I was doing the whole specifying of the full path. So that way I could specify as .config slash Budgie desktop slash, and then the actual name of the thing, like Magpie. But the goal here is just to create the actual config and start integrating. So I'm not gonna spend the next hour, you know, farting around with the config location. So it's not the biggest deal to me. I'll work on that like off stream. That's not the meat and potatoes here, you know. So we specify the open mode, which is full config. Let's see, open flags. Yep, we would definitely want that. So let's do this. Magpie K config : full config. Might not even have to specify it like that. What is this? K-shared config. Oh my god, you're really gonna complain about that? Sure. All right. And then we want to specify the standard path type. So this is generic config location, which is on Linux, which is the thing we actually care about here. .config. Okay, that's fine. It's whatever. And we don't actually then need to specify either of those because those are the defaults. We only need to specify the file, because the mode by default is full and the type by default is generic. So we just need to specify the file here. Expected. Oh yeah, let's strip that out. No overload. It's expecting a Q-shared pointer. Q-shared config pointer. Yeah, we need to update this to that. This is no longer accurate. We're probably not going to be doing that anyways, but whatever. And then I suppose this will probably automatically make it. I will read the documentation. I will RTFM on sync. Let's see. We'll search for directory. Create. Well, I mean, we're gonna have a doc. I'm gonna assume it does the smart thinging. I mean, .config is gonna exist on the system anyways, but whatever. Okay, so we have that. We open our config. Yes. KD globals. We have all of that. And then they have this const group list. All right. To save the current state of the configuration object, we call the sync method. This method is also called when the object is destroyed. If no changes have been made or resource reports itself as non-writable, so for example, if it's like a vendor-only config, the person doesn't have permission to it, no disk activity occurs. This is really great. We're not performing unnecessary writes and changing the access time here. So big W on that. Sync merges changes performed concurrently by other processes, also W. Local changes have priority though. Yep, makes sense. Because that way, if you modify it externally, I would assume that's what it means by local changes have priority. That those would override what occurs in the reparse configuration. That's my assumption here. If that's the case, then that's exactly what you want, because you would want to ensure that when it reads the file, that it then is assuming, okay, this is the config state, because it was just modified either by a separate process or by the end user themselves, or a mix of both, right? And as a result, toss away our KConfig state and just apply this one. That's my line of thinking. Also going to draw lines here. There we go. If we want to make sure we have the latest values from disk, we could call reparse config, which calls sync and then reloads the data from disk, right? If we need to prevent the config object from saving already made modifications to disk, let's see. If we need to prevent the config object from saving already made modifications to disk, right, we need to call mark as clean. So it rolls back the configuration on disk state, right? So there's a safety mechanism of if it was modified by a different process and you don't want to override it, you do mark as clean, followed by reparse. So that way it clears any internal state and then reparses it from the disk. Makes sense to me. And that is, I mean, I don't expect the compositor, it shouldn't manipulate the config at all. Actually, if we, for some reason, decide to store session restore stuff there, that might be valuable to have it be modified by the compositor, so I take that back. But we'll see about that one. Listing all groups in the configuration as simple as calling group list as in this code snippet. So get it, and then we iterate over basically just the name of the group, I guess. Right. Open config. As easy as that. Oh, so do I actually need to specify? Oh, do Magpie RC. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Budgie desktop. Magpie RC. Because if we, I mean, I don't expect to stick with this, but if for some frickin' reason we do, then at the very least the end user could just be like, anything that starts with Budgie desktop, copy somewhere else. KConfig group. All right, so now that we have a configuration object, I mean, sure, I guess technically speaking we do. Next step is to actually use it. Yeah, did I skip something here? No. Apparently not. I mean, that's for reading entries and writing entries, but this is all very manual things, which is what I wanted to avoid doing. So KConfig XD. This is what I actually wanted. To generate the C++ classes and all this stuff. Look at that. Reading values from XML as well. Or the reading and setting values QML support too. All right. File named KCFG is an XML file describing the configuration keys for your application. Let's create it. All right, we will do that. Let's go ahead and I'm going to do this config. Move this over here. Or maybe, you know what, maybe I'll do this for now. I'm going to delete this. We're going to have a schemas folder. I know you guys can't see the tiny file manager or file listing. Hopefully you'll live. But that would require resizing the UI, and it makes it terrible for me. So I'm trying to strike a balance here. So we're going to have like a config. We're going to do data schemas. We're going to call this just config.kcfg. So it's an XML file. Let's not hurt ourselves. Let's just you know, do this. And we are going to dictate that this is an XML file, please. Right, so if we take a look at this, we have a group called general. There's an entry called splitter sizes, which is a list of integers. Label is how the main window is divided. All right, and then you have an entry called width the window. You have platforms, Linux BSD windows. So this is your way of dictating enums. All right. Let's see. Splitter list will store the sizes of the application's QSplitter widgets. I call it splitter, right? Second entry width stores width of the main window. They have platforms. Let's see. The individual keys must have a name. Yep. Or a key attribute. Key is used as the key in the config file. Right, so you could specify then that, you know, maybe the end user looks at, like in the INI as one property, but then it reads into a different one. Or it's accessible then from a different one. The key is given but not name. Name is constructed by removing all spaces from the key. Right. All entries have a type. So there's string, URL, cool. String list, yep. Font, rect, which I assume parses out to a qrect. Size, qsize, I assume. Color, point, yeah. So these are all like things that would map out to their respective qcolor, qpoint. Int, uint, all that are just the base types. Double date time, ints, uints, and password. Interesting. What does password map up to? And before there's somehow a Q password. Let's see. Besides those basic types, the following special types are supported. Path. Particular paths in the home directory are prefixed with home when being stored in the configuration file. Okay. Enum. This enum, this indicates an enum by choices, right? And then you have the default, which is that value. Let's see. The value attribute is used to control the string representation. Am I blind? I mean, we have name and we have label. At the very least, it's not an example, but you know, maybe the example just isn't fully representative. Int list, yeah. Path list and color. It is generated as a Q color, so I was right, yeah. Oh, you can do it from hex. Cool. It is recommended to always add label and tooltip. Label used for short description, tooltip for more verbose documentation. It's important for tools like KConfig editor now unmaintained. Sure, but there's also like the other KConfig GUI things, right? I would like to think that those would probably take advantage of it. Like I said, I don't touch the KConfig stuff much, especially KConfig XT, since I don't like XML based. I'm also not the biggest fan of XML, but for a schema thing, it's not the worst. I mean, if we think hard about what our options are, it's what JSON, ugly to look at, doesn't support, like you'd have to use what JSON C just to get comments. Doesn't have things like trailing commas on array items, which triggers me. So that's out of the option, in my opinion. YAML, oh my god, white space stuff, kill me. And I say that as somebody that like I used to maintain stuff in Solus, and our format was package.yaml. I mean, it is, but I don't do any packaging for them or anything for them. But the white space was always about like TOML. I prefer, there's other stuff like HAML, and I think there's like some weird hybrid between TOML and YAML as well. Like XML is sort of like the go-to for a lot of the schema stuff. And I suppose it's also because the parsers for XML are probably decades old. Probably older than me, if I had to guess, in some instances for some of these. You know, I probably, well, actually, I don't know, when was XML created? XML. Getting off on a tangent here. No, I want the actual Wikipedia. Oh, thank God. All right, it's not older than me. First published 98. And even then, year started 96. It's still younger than I am. Saved. All right. So KConfig XT. Yeah, min and max. Oh my god. But what happens, I guess, would, if it's max, does it do a clamp where it clamps between those values? And if it's above max, it just clamps it to the max. I would expect that. Oh, hey Brody, what's up, man? How's the work going? Well, slowly. But right now I'm reviewing KConfig XT documentation and following their excellent documentation and tutorials on integrating that. So the idea is take XML, generate classes, use classes to do sane, cute things, and then integrate all that into the compositor. So yeah. By the way, Brody, you should, as a recommend, I mean, it would be nice because I discovered it very late, if I'm honest. Next time you make a video about Budgie, you should tag Buddy's a Budgie so that way I could boost it. You know, because it would be nice to share. Just as a recommendation there. But thanks for the video. And I have to say though, I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little disappointed that you didn't heckle me harder on all the 500 million toolkit changes that we've done. So I would encourage you in the future to do more of that. And if anyone gives you shit for it, just say Josh literally asked me to. Because I like to heckle us about it. Yeah. That is all. Thanks for the video. Compute the default. Sometimes I'd want to do computed defaults. Let's just... Oh, and there's already the CMake thingamajig. All right. Well, let's think hard about what we want, right? So we want a list of the keybind shenanigans. So we have keybinds, right? And these keybinds are probably... Ooh, how do we actually do it with multiple? Did it actually even say? We have label and defaults, but this is just like... Well, I mean, I guess that would map 1-to-1. Oh, shit. How would we... Would you specify a name of the binding? A custom type? I guess it would have to be just a Q string list, wouldn't it? But how do you how would we dictate the start and stop? Right, all right, so here's my thinking with this. We want to specify the modifier, right? I suppose the modifier could just be the first entry. So modifier first entry in Q string list. Or actually it'd just be the... Not just the modifier, just be the whole fucking keybind. And this would be like Control plus Alt plus T, right? And then the second thing would be, I guess we would probably want everything else would be everything else in the everything else in the Q string list would be the process, that would be env process flags, etc. Right, so you do that. So I think keybinds would be a Q string list. You could probably give it an optional name. I suppose we probably would want to do that, right? So would it be like... Oh god, how would I even do that? So I'm just thinking, if we map this out, and I'm gonna do this. Let's create, we call it general. I would probably want to have one that's called... Oh god, does it really have to be... Surely we could use tabs, but whatever. Group name, keybinds, /group. So you'd have that, and then you'd have different entries, right? And each entry would be like this: entry name equals... Oh, but you want it to be like a list of them. This isn't very clear from the documentation how you would do a... Because I don't want to have a group where every single one you have to have a name which maps to a particular thing. Because then it's like, well, what if somebody wants to have an arbitrary keybind that opens up like Firefox as an example? Okay, Firefox is bad because there's web browser thing as a generic, where it's like XF86 keyboard browser some crap. Write the ini and XML. Yeah, maybe it would. So I'm just imagining it would be something like, oh shit, how would I even do on the, let me open up a random ini. Config. There's one thing I don't like about this, like Kate RC. So they do it where, oh, this is even not the best example. So two screens. What is one that would have keybinds? K global shortcuts, K global. Let's see, how are they doing it? So they have a name in Quinn for the thing. So they would be doing it by entry. The entry is the name of whatever it's doing. And then they have the shortcut, and then, I mean, they're not even doing it by action though. KWinRC, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. Because they sort of do this like window to blah, but what about arbitrary? You're a Plasma user, right? Do you have, or you are when if you open up your K global shortcuts RC, if you have a custom keyboard shortcut that opens up something like Firefox, could you throw that at me? Because I'd be curious what they do. Because I imagine you have to give it a name, right? I suppose the name probably doesn't really matter for us, because we could just do it by groups. We just iterate over the group, have the entries where we have it by like, it's a Q string thing, and we could parse it ourselves, right? That's just a foundational element. Just thinking it'd probably be like keybinds. I mean, actually, to be honest, it'd probably be similar to theirs, like name of action is equal to keybind, comma, I guess it would be thing, like, I don't know, Firefox. You'd have a long one, which would be, let's see, let's call this Open Firefox. Open Firefox. So this would be like, let's do Control plus Alt plus B. Terrible keybind, but whatever, right? Next, we're gonna have like open Budgie menu. And this would be meta. And the action would be fucking like a dbus tac, like, you know, just nonsense. Don't actually have any. If I recall correctly, it's in the format. Yeah. So I would probably do something like this. So I guess every single thing would be the entry by name in the group, keybinds. But this is sort of like a type, whereas this is like a strong definition of, let's see, using variables inside. Oh, the LoFi thing. Let's see, it ended. I have to start it. Sorry, guys. Listen to the same one again. Entry name, shortcut name, dbus name. Right, okay. To be like open Firefox. And then it'd be Firefox. Or this. Firefox. And then Firefox. Open Budgie menu. Blah. Open Budgie menu. I mean, it seems a little redundant, but sure. Meta. That's the thing. And then dbus. I feel like this would just be one whole string. Because then we could like separate it out after the fact. I would suppose it probably supports white space. Doesn't Quinn extra desktop entries for that kind of stuff? You're saying like they just do hidden desktop entries and then you launch the desktop entry, so everything has to map to one? Could be. I don't use Quinn, so I'm not familiar with internally how it works. No, I'm not sure to repeat. Yeah. I mean, I could see this making sense, like you wanting this entry to be like the thing that's just I'm just thinking about how that ends up looking in terms of the code. Let's take a look here. Do they array list? Because this is a int list, right? Let me reread the group stuff. Because this is... Sometimes you want logic that's reusable inside different groups, supergroups, or to handle defaults. Not quite what we want. Brody made a video about something like that. That caused some issues on different Ds. Right. Yeah, I suppose like if you created that and then you had a desktop environment that wasn't listening for the hidden stuff to mask it, I could see that being an issue, but assuming they even did. I don't know. The entry, and then they have choices. I want to take a look at the KConfig thing again. In introduction to KConfig. Rating entries. So, what I suspect is... Oh, we map it... KConfig group. Okay, so you could just do a read entry into a certain thing. So ours would be you're reading it into a queue string list. So the thing would look something like... I just wonder what the entry would look like, to be honest. I guess it would be open Firefox type string, isn't it? If I go back to XT. Type string. They have default. We wouldn't want a default. It's not a label. It's funny how they don't have a thing here that just shows what the value would be. Well, of course, this isn't even dictating, right? This is just what's hard-coded. Can I specify a group as what it would have? Kind of struggling on this one, because I would expect keybinds to be the group. But then each one of these, I would want us to know through the XML that we're generating that each one of these would be dynamic, like entries effectively that are dynamic, right? Like they're not dictated in the schema, but that we would know that they are queue strings. Queue string lists, I mean, in terms of the value. Let's see. If I take a look at the... I'm going to take a look at the Quinn code. Or K global shortcuts. Where is this from? Let's see. Dot files, KDE, that's just someone's random dot files. Dot files, oh my god. What writes this out? And could people not share all their dot files? Thank you. I mean, I guess I could take a look at like invent KDE. I could take a look at Quinn. Maybe Quinn does. K Global XLD. Yeah, it's got to be one of those two. It might not like because Quinn has its own RC here. Whoa. So that's how it does the generated stuff. That's interesting. I mean, that'll be useful for panel things. So they do it also by like UUIDs. Yeah. And then they specify. Oh, is that how you would do it? So they do it by like these tiles thing, which I suppose would just be some sort of. What the fuck? What does that map to? I gotta take a look at that. Oh, everybody with their own fork. All right, invent Katie Quinn. There we go. So if I do Quinn RC. Yeah, so they open up their Quinn RC, QString literal blah. I am looking for tiling. I want to find out what the heck that is. Tiling. Oh god, auto tests. So they have this KConf update. No. Let's look up KConfig. KCFGs. Oh yeah, that would actually be useful. .kcfgc. Or just KCFG. You have animations, Quinn decorations, type bool, label, Quinn RC. Ooh, this might be what we're. Oh, that's virtual desktops. Oh, so they actually split it out where you could. Oh, I didn't even realize that you could do this. Man, the KConfig XT documentation should really dive into this, but settings, default choices. Let's open up one of these. Text was even small for me. They have delay, they have entries. Right. Okay, so that doesn't have what we want. I want the tiling one, please. Also, why does GitLab search suck? And maybe we'll look up K-Global XLD. Because that we know had the keybind stuff. So KCFGC, KCFG. Do they not see K Global shortcut? Yeah, so they have allow list. Oh, they might not be using the. What is writing it? KConfig actual. That's auto test stuff. Component. We are looking for Quinn as the group name. Registry. Walnut CPP. Let's check this. Deactivate shortcuts. So for each of the shortcuts, standard, it's const. Actions map. No, it might not be that then. It might actually just be here. Was effect group? Parameter effect group. We were looking for tiles. Or keybinds. Not keybinds. No, it's just called Quinn. So if we look up Quinn, of course it's gonna pull up everything in the code. Oh shit. Quinn group name Quinn? No. What the heck? It almost makes me wonder that they're doing this maybe natively and not with this KCFG, or I'm just not finding it. Extension, some extension to filter out files, by the way. Ah, okay. If I do Quinn and I want to, can I just do extension : KCFG? Can I do this? Of course, it's still gonna pull up all the things that have Quinn in the name, but that's okay. All I want to know is how they do arbitrary arrays where they know the type of the thing. The group touch edges, defaults. Mouse binds. Oh, don't tell me they list out all the center. Well, maybe it's easier if I look up one, like kill window, right? We look up kill window. Kill window. Well, we definitely are going to have to minus extension, you said? Extension : PO. Init shortcut in user interaction, or user actions. Kill window. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wasn't expecting them to do it this way, but sure. And then they discard. Okay. Right. Let's take a look at the reading entries, because there was one where it's just literally that here was. So let's take a look at the actual. Can I? No. KConfig group. What was it? What was it called? Group list on K shared config pointer. K shared config. Pull up this. Here. Group list. And then we get KConfig group. Right. And then within each KConfig group, we can read an entry, QString list defaults. So we would iterate probably over each entry, which is a map of the value to, this is a value of the QString. Turns a map of entries for all entries in the group. Only the actual entry string is returned. So we might not be able to use the KConfig XT then. At least not for this part. Maybe for some of our like more hard-coded values. But for the thing I'm literally focusing on right now, which is keybinds, is sort of up in the air. I don't want to like start hard coding a bunch of them. Because then I'd still have to have custom logic anyways. Right. But we would want to iterate over each one of them. Check if it exists as default. Let's read entry by name. Overload for read entry. Yeah, because I guess they all would. It's just a. I mean, really, that's fundamentally what it is. It's just a. It's a list of string to another string, and then you decide what you do with that string. So we could do like a comma separated thing. Revert to default. I mean, we could specify, I guess, some existing ones. No, that's just... We're gonna ignore this for now. You know, we're just gonna ignore this file for now before it rots my brain. So we open up that. That provides a config. We are going to want a list of keybinds. So let's create a new thing. I'm gonna do keybind.cpp, HPP actually. I'm gonna do include, why is this even? QObject, and we're gonna do class keybind is a public QObject. Time for KConfig tutorial for reading and setting. For reading and setting values. It's different from KConfig XT. Let's see. Yeah, you include it, and then you have the self, which is the thing, and then you get the width. Yeah. But my problem isn't the reading and writing thing. That seems simple enough. My problem is the auto-generated values. Like just specifying in the KConfig thing, like, hey, I want to have a list of keybinds, you know? Because each entry is in a way dynamic. Like if we take a look at our KConfig here, or maybe I'm just not understanding correctly. I would expect keybinds could be empty, but behind the scenes, I would want to be able to magically know that it would map to something like this, where you'd have like open Firefox, which is a type of string. And then within that, you would have, I don't know, like let's say value, where it would open up like Firefox as the process name. But the reality is, this doesn't exist because this would be dictated by the user. Like we might specify some kind of like what Quinn does with a massive map of defaults. But I suppose if, let's see, logic, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I want it to be auto magic, but it's not obvious from the documentation how I could achieve that, which is why I was looking at how Quinn was trying to do it, to see, like, I would like to think that they do not specify every single one of them hard-coded, like move tablet to next logical output, and move zoom up, move zoom down. But I get the feeling that they might. But I don't know, like they have this window to desktop 25, which, oh my god, do they really need to specify that? But I don't know who would have 25 desktops. Sounds pretty baller, but like, then what does that map to, you know? Because sure, I could do something like entry name of open web browser of type string, and then maybe the value would be control plus alt plus B Firefox, right? Like something like this. And that might work. But then we are maintaining an open web browser thing in our code base. And I just want the binds to be dynamic. Hopefully some of that makes sense. This is going to be public Treeland Wayland Compositor by Deepin also utilizes Qt. It's WL roots based. Maybe it's worth a look to. I'm probably not gonna look. I mean, that's WL root stuff. Like maybe the keybind related things would be quite similar, but object parent is null pointer. So we're gonna have a default, there's the empty keybind initially, and then we would want to have a public function of, so we would have public, and it would be void set keybind, which would be a QString list keybinds or keys, and void set action, which is going to be also a QString list, I think, of action. I'm not even sure how viable this is just to do with the any format, to be honest. I feel like I might be a little constrained by that. Of course, you could probably do keybind. I mean, like, to be fair, there is this, if I take a look at the tiling, I could see it maybe being like well, let me zoom in. You probably can't actually see it. I could see it being like keybind and then like open Firefox, right? And then within that you would have the action equals blah. No, I forgot to do the line. And then you would have whatever. You get the point. Fucking trying to do that in terminal instead of just literally ID that I have open. Have private. Also, this should be Q symbols. And this should be above. They're not private. Private. And then we would have the Q. I mean, it's just literally the exact same thing, right? You'd have the Q string. List of no, maybe they would just be properties in Q property. Where you would have action, Q string, list action, read, action. We don't need to notify. Our right would be set action. And then you'd have Q property of Q strings. Something like that. Keys would be then just the Q string. Keys. Something like that, and then you'd have it here. One thing I usually do when prototyping a Q property is using member, which is like, yeah, that's true. Then you don't need the, I forget that it does that. That is an excellent shout. Yeah, I would literally just do that. Because it's, I don't need to control some member action, yeah. Thank you for the reminder. You are an excellent person. I think that's how you do it. I think it's Q property. I think it's literally just the type and then member, because it's like either you do read, you do write, or you do member. Yeah, so Q color, exactly. I don't need to notify either on them. So that'll be fine. What is it complaining about here? Expected. It's not after Q property. Hang on, let's do private, public, what? What am I missing here? Oh shit, literally after that. I forget in C++ sometimes you have to do the frickin'. Yeah, okay. So we have that, and then let's create is all top level, just gnarly, but it'll be formatted. We're gonna do include keybind HPP. I'm gonna have the keybind. Let's open up this separately, and then have this. This separate as well. I'm gonna do the explicit on a keybind. I'll call it keybind. Where we are going to specify the Q object, which is the object parent is equal to null pointer. And we are then going to just set default actions is equal to q string list, and keys as the same. And then we just need the actual action. Well, this will generate those. Parent redefinition. Oh, yeah, I guess I don't need to. Let's do that. Q object. Specify those. And then in our config, when we read, so we open the config, right? And then we want to basically set up all the keybinds. So for this, we're going to want a function for, so let's take a look at the signals. KConfig. Static, KConfig core. It's a K-shared config maybe. Does not have signals. Really? Oh, because right, because it'd be the KConfig watcher. Yeah, when another client has updated with the notifier. So we would want this to create it with is this config int pointer? What? Maybe this is in the tutorial. Let's see. You want to know when the file's changed, which is why I was thinking about using the KConfig watcher. Has updated this config. Ah, right, so it's actually probably just... We had that reparse, but what about... KConfig core. It says this. Returns the config being watched. So you construct it with the int pointer to the KConfig, I would assume. Need too many of these open. Time for another one. Inherits KConfig base. Let's see, maybe there's just something in here. Enum, right, notify, remote KConfig, watchers. All I would like is a signal, so I know that when the file changes to reload. Do you happen to know version? So for context, KConfig watcher. You could create one, and you pass in the given config. But it's not clear because it just says const int to the KConfig, right? Or to the config. It doesn't even say KConfig, just the config. But the int of what? The int of the pointer? No. KConfig pointer. Oh, we need KConfig. Sure. I'm going to do M-watcher. For now. I don't even think I really need this, but we'll do a queue slot. And actually, this is a private queue slot. No, I just want to do the queue slots. And there's going to be let's see. File watch. Review. File watcher. Granted, even this doesn't have a signal on. What? So what are you even supposed to? No, I have to just look up usage of this. Surely somebody's using it somewhere. K-core config skeleton. Turns null pointer. Is there a signal in here? K-config base. No. I wish it would search in the context of this. That's okay. Oh, config changed. And the configuration changed. On K-core, all right, this is inherited by K-config skeleton, which is by loader. Populates itself based on the, oh, that's just based off the XML. That's not what we want. In case you weren't aware of LXR yet. Why, thank you, YouTube, for dismissing my link. Let me see if, hold on. Let me do the KBM thing here. See if it like got dumped in some moderator thing. Let's see, top chat, no. Live chat. Moderator activity? Moderator activity will be shown. Okay, great. But what about? No, it's just not let it. There's no setting for me to allow links. Sorry. If you just want to write the thing, I should be looking for. When another client, okay, maybe let's just not overcomplicate this for now. We'll do this, just have that for now. We'll change my keybinds. Alt shift, there we go. It's in develop under building help dash cross-referencing. It's in develop, all right. Let me go to under building help cross KD help dash cross referencing. Develop. Let's see. LXR. Cross-referencing tool, the index code. The KDE source code cross-reference website. What the hell? I've never heard of this before. General search. What? What? Hold on. I gotta test this out. Shit. What would I even want to search for? Files contain general search. I want to do general search. We're gonna search for tiling. No. I want it to contain that. Let's just do this, tiling. Let's see what pulls up. Curious. Get fairly outdated. Checking out sources it works. Education. Tiling. I would want it to be related to like connect to supplemental. Let's see, advanced. Files star.kcfg. KCFG. Let's do this. I mean, that's very handy. So now I know the tiling thing isn't specified in a KCFG file anywhere. What about keybinds? No, it's just called Quinn, unfortunately, actually. I'll do Quinn. I expect that'll just pull up a lot of stuff. I suspect it's pulling up a lot of stuff. Yeah. Namespace Quinn. Namespace. Keyboard. Shortcut. K global shortcuts. We'll just do K global shortcuts then. K global shortcuts. Nothing. All right. What if I just search for K global shortcuts? Right. So, from what it seems to me, they are definitely not using KCFG for it. Right. Well, at least that mystery is theoretically solved. No. But yeah, that's excellent. I'm gonna keep that around for sure. Send that to Evan. So we have that. So basically we want to have a thing for parsing. Let's do Q property. Q list. Q shared. How do I want to do it? Do I want to do it as a map? I feel like iterating over that is going to be slower every single time the person does an input. Shared pointer. I'll do a Q list of a Q shared pointer of a keybind. Actually, we're not going to have it as a... I know, we're not going to have it. Now Q list of a queue shared pointer of a keybind. We're gonna do keybinds. Not gonna make it a const. How often do I plan on doing Magpie development streams? I don't know. Like, I would like to do them more frequently, but keep them short. You know, I don't want to do like these 12-hour streams, especially. And like today, I'm especially time boxed because I have the stand up, the weekly stand up at 1800 my time. So in a few hours, 2 hours, 40 minutes, and then after that, I need to write the chirp. Well, actually, no. After that, I need to do Budgie 10.10.1 release, actually. And speaking of, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to derail again. See if was this approved. Oh, GitHub, how are you so slow? Let's see. Don't need brightness. Sure, but what about mine that I've requested? No, I've requested review, but that's not. Okay, fair enough. Quite busy day today. Yeah, so it's going to be stream, stand up, Budgie 10.10.1 plus Budgie desktop view release. Got to write the blog post as well for 10.10.1. Get all that published out, of course. Get Fedora updated to 10.10.1. And then tomorrow, I might write a chirp. I'm not trying to commit to it, doing it weekly. I'm just trying to do it when there's enough news to talk about. And we had already pre-announced 10.10.1, saying it was going to come out today in the previous post. So I might not write one. So I feel, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. It's very, very much vibes, you know? Queue list, queue shared pointer. We're gonna have keybind M, keybinds. Not pulling in. Let's pull it in explicitly. Q shared. Something like that. Question about Budgie 11. What do you think of Union theme engine? Do you plan on? Yes, we are going to be using it. And in fact, I'd actually started trying to play around with it in for Budgie display configurator, but I'm so early on the draw. It's not packaged in Fedora, and it just so happened the moment I was trying to test it was the big bump of all the KD frameworks. So I wasn't going to compile every single freaking KD framework that I needed from scratch in order to have all the matching versions. But yes, we are going to be using Union when it's good and ready. So absolutely. That we have keybinds. So now I want a private function called, I guess, like void refresh keybinds. So here, let's do that. So we're gonna have void refresh keybinds on our config. That, and we are going to want to iterate over each of them. So let's take a look at what you did for that. So if we take a look at the tutorial for groups. So you have a group here, which is the group list, but we actually just want to get the group by the name. Let's take a look at the KConfig here. I was looking into packaging union for Fedora, actually. It doesn't look too bad. It just needs a crate bump plus one missing crate dep, minor changes in upstream. Yeah, that'd be really great to get into Fedora. I'd love to start playing around with that. I think the sooner we get that integrated into Budgie shell as well, the better. Like even if it doesn't really work, or there's like a bunch of workarounds we have to do, that's perfectly fine. Because one, it's not ready, and Budgie shell isn't ready, so it doesn't really matter, right? But if we do that, I could actually show, as a matter of fact, if I go to the Budgie shell, we don't have CI/CD set up, but Budgie desktop services, we have our Woodpecker CI here that runs build, and that actually does it against like a refreshed image that I have, like a CI optimized image that pulls in all the deps. So once we start integrating CI/CD for Budgie shell, then having Union in would be really great, because then I could add that to our CI optimized images for Budgie shell and have CI/CD automatically do validation and make sure things build. And also that any changes in Union get caught, like if we haven't updated our implementation. So KConfig. So we want to get the KConfig group, the thing that returns the KConfig group. Maybe this is from KConfig base. Ah, yes, group. So we'll just do group. We'll do keybinds is equal to config dot. I do group, and this is we'll do a Q string literal here, because I'm a good boy, or I try to be. We're gonna call this keybinds. Auto keybinds group is what we'll call this, and it will be M group, and then for that we have the KConfig group itself. And we are going to want to iterate over the... Okay, I think I know how I'm going to achieve this. I'm going to do a for... Let's do this. We're going to have a new queue list, queue shared, layer, keybind, auto, new keybinds. This is probably not the end result code, but I know it's for I agree. That was like the first thing where when I enabled some of the ECM for all the KD compiler settings or something, where it gets super pedantic, and it was like yelling at me about the K string versus K Latin string and K little string. I'm like, all right, let me see, what is this all about? I'm like, oh, okay, I can kind of see why they're doing this, but man, having it yell at me about it, so having it drilled into my head at this point. So a keybind is going to be a new keybinds. I'm going to do a keybind name, maybe? Keybind name? Let's probably not the most optimal way, but if you look at this, it's like not the way I would want to do it. Disable on personal projects and actually disable on one Kirigami tutorial page as well, right? Yeah. Let's see. Just thinking, we could read the entry. Should I do it this way? In terms of map, I'm not sure I want to do it that way. I'm going to do it my way, and then we'll change it later. We'll do key list, which is going to be keybinds group key list. This is auto const. All right, so that is each of them. We're going to do a auto keybind is equal to keybind. Have a new keybind, and then we read the entry auto keybind entry is equal to keybinds group read entry, and we are going to want this to be a Q string list, and it'll be by keybind name. So is this yelling about a Q string conversion? It is. Ah, okay, so I need to then pass a Q string list like this. So then it knows. I could just hit auto for that. And the first entry is going to be the keybind. So I'm going to do auto key combo is going to be the keybind entry. Probably do like the first item, I guess. First item, and we're gonna want to split that by split it by plus as the separator. Split behavior, keep empty parts, yeah. And that'll provide us our Q string list. And what we are going to want to do, ooh, actually, this should be a map. Because we want to make sure there's no overrides, I suspect. Although having it be application default. Oh, per application keybinds on a compositor level. Kind of probably need that. Especially when you start fucking around with portals. Match against the application specified probably on the layer surface. Oh. Fuck it. Oh, we'll do it. Q property. Property will be Q string app member app Q string app. So what we could do is make sure we don't have duplicate globals. I don't know how this would look from the. So if I take a look at the, where was just my empty random new file that I had? Your keybinds. We had this, right? So what if you wanted something like an OBS? You'd have well, I guess that would be the responsibility of the portal. It should go to input triggers, which then for the surface. Maybe we don't need it here. Let's just stick with the globals for now. very indecisive with this, but it's just gonna require some tinkering. So we have our key combo. So yeah, let's do this first. I'm gonna have a queue map of a queue string, which is our combo, to the keybind. I'm gonna check if keybinds group dot exists key combo. Oh, actually, it would be that literal. This, and then this would be by separate. I don't know. I'm just making it up as I go. Keybind. Let's see. Keybind. Oh no, it's new keybinds I should be looking at. Contains. Continue. Skip over. Although actually, it might be kind of nice to have a queue debug of keybind. Let's see. Key combo. Forget you don't need this. Key combo is being let's see, it's already set by action. Sort of keybind dot get just value of key combo. Of course, it's a shared thing. What is this actually? This should be our, oh, it is our keybind literally. Key property, so it would be action. Of course, it doesn't know that it has that yet. All right, we're just gonna add explicit, I guess. Options. No, I don't want to overcomplicate this. Just continue. Otherwise, we are going to do new keybinds dot insert key combo as this. So for our key bind, you're going to want to set the action no member action. Right, because it's private. Wonder if it has to be like this. Actions. And then keybind.keys will be the key combo by key. Actions is everything after this. So this is going to be the keybind entry dot sliced, I guess. Let me just double check that queue list. Sliced. Returns a subset that contains n elements starting at position pause. Yeah. And because we're only specifying that, everything else will be this. And then, because the action is a single string, right? So this would look something like, oh, we would want the name as well. So you do the keybind, the name associated. A Q string. Member name. So you do this. So it wouldn't be everything after. You just take the, it would just be at. I think. There's dot at 0, or dot at 1. Yeah, exactly. It's also value at position I in the list. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So you would want keybind dot name is equal to keybind entry dot value of 1. And then this would be anything that is to and after. And then we insert the keybind. What is it complaining about? No overload for name. Ah, yes, because this is a Q string. This is sliced. I don't even think it needs to be sliced, but we'll find out. Right, refresh keybind. So we open the config, which then creates mconfig. I would assume then that we need to do a, when you create it, does it read it automatically? Let's take a look at the tutorial again. Default, commonly used. See, this is just opening it immediately. So I might not need to do a reparse configuration. So I suspect just opening it, doing this, and then refreshing our keybinds. Propagate our keybinds list from the config. Let's see. And what I want to do is just to test it. We have our new keybinds, which is our Q map, right? From that group. What I want to do is insert into this group. Let's see. Write entry. We're going to call it test. And the value is going to be a Q string list, where it's going to be control plus alt plus B. I just want to see what it looks like in terms of the formatting. So we're going to do that. Open Firefox. And then last one is going to be called Firefox. So this is just for testing. So you write that, and then we write the entries. So it literally is just the mconfig. Oh wait, so it's just the keybind group dot config. So it's parent config sync. Wow, that's very ergonomic if that's just how easy it is. Keybind. All right, so we obviously need to convert this to our queue list, right? So now that we have all that, we are gonna do map that m keybinds is equal to, of course, they're not all the queue shared pointers, so I'm gonna do a auto list new keybind list. In case you can't tell, I cannot decide for the life of me if I want to use underscores or I feel like we really gotta get a style guide for Budgie C++ code. But it is what it is. For now, I'll just lower camel case because that looks the prettiest to me. So we have new keybind list, which is going to be a new queue list of queue shared pointer of keybind. And for auto keybind of new keybinds dot values, we're gonna do this of new keybind list a dot append queue shared pointer to keybind. Something like that. Fucking forget. Fine. For once, I'll actually just fucking have it fix it. Create. Alright. Let's see if that's right. All pointer move is with create. Create. Where's template keyboard? Let's see. Yeah, a bunch of our libraries are way easier to use than one would expect. Yeah, it's almost as if you guys have been working on these for years, right? And you care about ergonomics. Keybind pointer. Queue shared pointer keybind. As template arguments. What the fuck? Alright, I have to look this up on my other freaking code base. So I am drawing a blank here. Queue shared pointer. Queue shared pointer, that of that. Yes. But of course it's not actually a pointer to the thing. Because it's literally just a map of the actual. I'm just doing it as queue shared pointer of that, so I might not even have to do it that way. Keybind. Output pointer upping, yes, pointer to it. Let's see if that works out. Guess I don't actually have to have it in the map. Or I could just do a Q shared pointer of this. So we iterate over them, because this actually just needs to be a list, you know? Gotta try union when I have the time, get ahead of the curve and making union themes. Yeah, I really should be doing the same. Rather than it finally comes out and then I have to just learn this entire system and then, if needed, provide feedback. I should really be providing feedback earlier. Because I don't think they're aware that I'm planning on using union. Auto keybind. Yeah, that. Insert. Auto. We're actually going to just have existing combos as a queue list of queue string, right? Something like that. And then we're going to have our list immediately. New keybind list. Rip that out. Yeah, I don't know if it works with... weren't they porting Breeze? I think Breeze... Wasn't Breeze the first one that they were working on? Let's see. There's Breeze at least. Let's see. So we create the keybind. I want to check if the existing combos contains it. Otherwise, actually, we shouldn't even create the keybind yet. Auto keybind. And then we have our new keybinds list. Got append, Q shared pointer, keybind. Let's see. Is that gonna work? Let's see if that flies. At least I'm not then creating a map only to then get the values and then do some stupid. So we do this sync, and then what I want to do is... Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. Keybinds group. I wonder if that'll work. Mostly unmaintained. Over a long-standing KD, dev appeared and showed interest in it. Oh, cool. Keybinds group dot... Well, then we'll reassign M keybinds to new keybinds list. Something like that. And I want this to be a singleton class. So we're gonna how to do that in C++. We'll check we're gonna check output manager. Yeah, no big deal. Output manager. So it would be a static instance. Static state here. Yeah. Okay. So we'll do that. Like the music is a bit low. All right, so let's open up our header here. We're gonna have that, and we're gonna have a static config instance, and then we're gonna have a static config pointer create, which is gonna return instance. And then we need, yeah, we'll just do the destructor as well while we're at it. Config. This is complaining about instance. Static config. Create reference to instance. All right. Undeclared keybinds. Sure. Q list, Q shared pointer, keybind, and keybinds. You have that, and let's implement a thing for getting the Q list of keybinds. I know I could just do the member thing, but for now I just want this to work. Keybinds. Calling group on an incomplete return type. Oh, well, test that out once. I'm gonna do keylist. It's not a constant. Refresh. Undeclared. Yeah. That. And keybinds is down here. Did you mean... No, I didn't. Ah, duh. Config. Void m group. Calling group with incomplete return type KConfig. KConfig group. Fix available. So like this. It wants it to be a const Q string. All right. Started streaming my KD docs. Work since a few months ago on Twitch, by the way. If you're ever interested in joining sometime. Yeah, I would love to do that for sure. I would say drop a link, but it'll be removed. If you want though, I'm in the KD channels. I'm sure you know how to reach me, but. I'm at joshuastrobl@matrix.org. Feel free to send me a link. I usually do stuff on Twitch. I usually do stuff on YouTube, but that's because of AV1 support. So that's sort of my thing. I really like AV1. I do. So it really wants it to be a Q string. Incomplete return type KConfig group. Let's see. Wants this to be a const Q string. What the fuck? Const. Let's try this. Keybinds string. String. I just want to see. This is insane. I wouldn't normally do keybinds string. What the fuck? Let me take a look here. I'm clearly doing something wrong. According to the docs. Group. So KConfig group, general group, which is a point. Oh, is that how you do it? Instead of grouping the other way? No, really? Let's see. I'm surprised that Twitch doesn't support AV1. Yeah, it sucks. Otherwise, I would stream there. I find the Twitch experience to be much better. So I certainly don't blame you for wanting to stream there. Let's to actually use it. Well, I don't want to create it. I want to read. If I take a look at KConfig. It's been like a rumor for years that they'll finally do it. They'll finally add AV1 support. But nothing. There hasn't been anything yet. KConfig group. What the? The nice thing with AV1, there's a lot of nice things. One, lower bit rate for higher quality, and two, you're able to take better advantage of a lot of more modern encoders. Like right now, I'm using NVENC AV1, so in theory, I could actually, it's doing nothing. Like the GPU is practically doing nothing right now. I could probably stream at 4K. Is YouTube the only streaming platform that supports AV1? I don't know. It's certainly the only one I would want to stream to. In terms of besides Twitch, I wouldn't stream to Kick or any questionable websites. Not that anybody would want to watch programming material on that, but let's see. I feel like I am in full Pepega mode here. So we open the config, we get that, and then we have the group, which is a Q string, which is a const Q string. And that's fine, but let me take a look at what it was complaining about before. If I take a look at KConfig. So it is inherited from base, where you get it from the const Q string. Oh, Q string pointer. Pass an empty string here to KConfig now obtain the handle. You tell me more of modern desktop initiative that is now the place where the repo is placed. I will happily tell you more about it when the time is right. Good sir. As Win8 can attest in chat, there are plans, but I have to actually get a website together for it. The TLDR though is the TLDR is having a organization that is dedicated towards generalized desktop componentry and desktop applications. That is the TLDR, the high level. Now you're probably thinking, Josh, that sounds a lot like KDE Gears, right? And in terms of the apps. And you're kind of right. However, there are weird people out there who don't like KDE frameworks. I don't know why. They exist. And there is also people out there that decide to use non-Qt toolkits, particularly ones that start with G, and might be interested in switching over to Qt at some point, I would expect, if it wasn't for the mountain of work that would be required to move from other toolkits to Qt. So the idea is to have a place that you could go to where you have a lot of generalized tools that aren't intended or developed by any particular desktop environment people, right? Like, I love KDE apps. I have no problem with KDE, obviously, right? Moving on. So it's like what Mint tried to do with XApp. Yeah, sort of. I was actually, not sure if you were aware, I was part of XApp. Actually, you could see if I go to XApp, this draft, I'm not trying to call them out, by the way. Like, everyone's busy with their own thing, but just this specification alone, from June of 2024, right? I provide a bunch of initial thoughts. There's been a lot of discussion, but we're coming up on like a year and a half where this nothing's happened besides this draft PR. You can maybe make the argument like, okay, they've moved some stuff over from the Mint thing over to XApp project as an org, but fundamentally, like for example, this isn't new, but what they're really doing is just like kicking the can down the road when it comes to other toolkits, right? And I want to make it clear that MDI, everything's Qt. It's not, there's no iced, love iced, great stuff. No iced, no GDK, no EFL, just Qt. And whether or not you want, long story with it, yeah. And we have another group of people which are sticky in toolkit starting with the name I. So I could totally understand people like, for example, Cosmic, building out their own ecosystem, right? I mean, let's be honest, their experience with a particular organization has been as pleasant as ours. So them wanting to build out their own ecosystem that they know is going to be cohesive makes sense from a product perspective, right? They're trying to go for a particular look. The way I view things is I prefer platform over product, which is why even Budgie for Budgie 11 is moving towards a more like onion architecture, multiple layers, where shell is just one aspect of the whole thing. Shell being Budgie desktop, what you see at the moment. And then you would have all these generalized applications that would live in MDI. And based off that, they may or may not leverage KDE frameworks. That would be up to the individual. I would be leveraging KDE frameworks because I don't want to reinvent the wheel and I don't hate myself, obviously. But it's effectively intended to be a home for people that would want to build applications and generalized components and portals and maintain forks of particular things. That would be the home, or that's the idea. But communicating all that in a very clear way on a website with documentation and guidelines and all that is still TBD. And I don't want to pre-announce something. Because I feel like XApps was sort of pre-announced, like the whole pre-announce of like, oh, this thing is going to be a thing. And then, well, kind of nothing. A fork of a libid Weta, which, you know, the people are going to intentionally break to make it ABI incompatible, which is going to break the apps. So there's that. The GNOME Online accounts, GDK thing, actually legit. Nice. That was moved over into XApps, I believe. From, I believe it was originally a Mint project. If you convince XFCE to move to Qt, then it will be the most epic thing in DE space for a while. And then when it says, I think XFCE is figuring on finishing their Wayland support. Focus on figuring. Yeah. He corrected himself. I think XFCE is focusing on finishing their Wayland support first. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do. I mean, of course, not everybody has like the opinions I do related to GDK, and that's perfectly fine. The beauty of open source is everybody is able to just do whatever the hell they want, right? For me, it didn't work out. We're going with Qt. For them, maybe they have different experiences, but I want to at least make sure that there is tooling and all that to enable people, and it doesn't even have to be them, okay, just like literally anybody, to build out their own desktop environments effectively, leveraging generalized components instead of having to build out their own control center, having to build out their own portal, having to build out their own display configuration stuff that has to communicate with multiple different protocols and different compositors, yada yada yada. Have all that out of the way so they could just be like, I go with, all right, let me pick from the menu. I want this control center, I want this application for screenshots, I want this one maybe for audio playback. And you know what, maybe I'll pull in that library and oh, you know what? They indicate that actually I should use this KDE framework for X, Y, and Z. Okay, I'm gonna go pull in those KDE frameworks and so on. So it's like, it's not, how do I phrase this? The idea would be a complement, things like KDE gears and KDE frameworks and the like. It doesn't replace them. And then it's up to the individual to choose what they want. XSE does seem to be trending towards Rust now, which expands their possible toolkit choices. Yes, especially with the whole Qt bridges thing, right? So that's it's very interesting. I've already mentioned at the top of the stream, but I certainly, not that they need my approval, right? But I certainly approve. I initially was an XFCE user, but when it got a version with CSD that weren't possible to turn off, I decided to move from GTK space entirely because I lost faith in it. I'm on KDE now. Yeah, that's fair enough. And to be clear, do you mean by with CSDs, do you mean with things like header bars? Because those are like GDK things? Because CSD is just the toolkit communicates what the decoration should look like. Whereas like with SSD, it's the compositor dictating it. So I could show as an example, like console here. This is in fact a CSD. Header bars. Yeah, exactly. So like as opposed to there's that, and then if I look at, I'm trying to think of an application off the top of my head that maybe Kitty, I guess. No, I think even Kitty does it. Anyways, I'm sure I could find one that uses LabWC ones, but yeah, I could understand what you mean about the whole header bars thing. I'm not too fussed about them, but leave it now. Yeah, have a good one, but thank you for dropping in, providing all the pointers. Thank you again for all your docs work. Always appreciate it. Have a good one. Maybe, if all things work out, maybe I'll be at Academy this year as well. So if you attend and I attend, let me buy you a beer. It's possible to turn them off nowadays. That's good. There's a version of XFCE where their components were forced to have GNOME header bars. Oof. That's yeah. It's no group. Isn't it called group? Who would have thought that just literally getting an object or a named group would be so difficult? All I want it to be is keybinds. You know, that's all I want. Q string. Keybinds. Let's see. calling group with incomplete return type. Am I just being like a Pepega here? Was? Well, let me just do this. String. Double check the tutorial. Because they just do it by iterating over that, which then gives you a const group. Ah, maybe, all right, maybe it's because it's a pointer to it. So if I specify, just up at the top here, like, I don't know, a const q string keybind group name keybind. Can I then reference this here? Please? This? No, it's sort of like this. Was I missing? I was missing KConfig group the entire time. Oh no. Really? Was that actually it? There was no way. Oh shit, it was. I bet it was. KConfig group. No. No. Don't tell me that's what it was the entire. Fuck me. I will say the one thing I love about Rust is very, very clear error handle. Like when you compile a Rust application, it gives you very clear error codes. So C++, it's like, here's vomit, figure it out. You're a grown boy, figure it out. We refresh, we have our instance. I want to expand this out for once, actually. Let's close all these. Close. Close, close. Java also has, yeah. So we're going to have config, which is, let's pull in config. I mean, I don't even need to do it that way because it's just literally instance. Config.hpp. So, oh yeah, I have to map them to, because these are like by modifier, Mir modifiers. Yeah. Right. And then with the key sim. Yeah, in theory, I could do the XKB key sim. I do a key sim text of the keyboard. So null terminated UTF. In the keyboard event. Let's, I want to see what this would do. Keyboard event, Q debug, blah, Q string of mural, : toolkit, : text of event. This isn't even going to compile because I need to update my CMake. Config This isn't how I'll actually do it, by the way. But it's just how I want to try getting it to work first. Yeah, and that's fucking vomiting because it doesn't... Task setup. Task build. Has no member action. Oh boy. Class keybind. Ah, yeah, the whole... I need to do pragma once. To avoid redefinitions. I think that should really be the default, but sure, pragma once. Let's try this. I know it's going to yell about the actions thing. On class has no member action, and that is of keybind. We have actions. Yes, this should be actions. And this is talking about the unknown conversion from KConfig. K-shared config pointer to const shared, and that is on their side, but I feel like I'm doing something incorrect in my config.hpp here, because we have this mconfig, right? And this mconfig, you're opening up, that returns the shared pointer. Have that here. That's correct. Ah, it's this part. There we go. Okay. This isn't gonna do anything, I suspect. But the thing I actually want to check is what that mural function does. So let me open up this one. Task run. Right. So Control Alt T. T Control Alt. Blah empty thing. Okay. T. Control T. Alt Control T. No. Alt Control T. Keyboard event. Right. Key symbol. Let me open up the mirror bit here. Let's open up the mirror doc. Function mural toolkit. Retrieve the text the key press would emit as a null pointer UTF string. The text will only be available to key down and key repeat for mere keyboard action up or key presses that do not produce. An empty string will be returned. Oh, okay. So that's why we're getting empty string. It's because it's we're doing this on up only. So like you could see here, we're rejecting it when it's a down event. So let's do, so if it's this word action, the modifiers, which returns what? So yes, those are the existing modifiers. We get the modifiers and we check if the mods does not contain alt control, we return. So what we really need to do is figure a way of mapping our thing to a mere input event modifier from the enums here. enums. So we have a keyboard action. It's input event type and modifier. So it's a modifier that we would want to map it to. So meta and all that. Can I do, if I look up the toolkit again? Oh, actually, I want to do it like this. Let's open this file separately. We have Mural toolkit, and then we have the key text. This is what we were looking at. Key sim. All right, let's take a look at the Mir keyboard event. Oh, we can actually just get, we could get the text from it. So this creates we have our event here. We are going to just do it on up. So let's do Q debug. Hopefully the text from the event. And we're gonna do mural, actually no, it's just event.text. Right? Mir keyboard event. What the fuck? What's this? That's Strobl. What this is? Keyboard event. The text of this is just going to be no, it wasn't what I was trying to do. Okay, do it down here. User include mural. Struct. But where are you defining the struct? Probably up in Mir, I guess. Keyboard event. Mural append. Oh yeah, it's struct, so I need to actually see what function they have for... Is it literally just text one? Buttons, oh yeah, there's also all those. because I want to avoid mapping them to the actual modifier enum, but I might have to do that. And then we have the key sim. And then for the key sim, we match it on the key sim here of the event. Is it really key text is just empty on down? It's a okay. Sure. Well, let's take a look at our keybind again. So we need modifiers. Which is mods is that toolkit keyword. Yeah, so that takes in that, which is the struct, which has the key sim stuff. Check this. I just do event.text. It's a pointer. Okay. See what it does. QString from that cannot be accessed directly. Well, I mean, that's just not gonna work. All right. Do I need to remap it to these Mir events? I might have to. The true Canadian. Whoa, hey Zach, how's it going, man? Long time no see. So we're gonna have these modifiers, which are gonna be enums, mods in this. So we're gonna have like QList modifiers. Include Mir toolkit. Yeah, that's actually what we want. Is our type def. So we have a list of enums here, and then are we gonna have to essence has gotta go. Yeah, have a good one. So we have this. We need modifiers here. The queue list of I just want to switch to let's get Mir event input event modifier. Right. So we have that. So for each of the keys, we have to map it. I feel like we need to have then I want to have it in keybind. I want to have it here. Key symbol, we're not going to worry about yet, I don't think. Holy shit, I hope we don't have to worry about that. How would we even do an easy mapping of the key sim to that? Because I'd like to do it by text, but that doesn't seem... I have a private function. There's going to be void map. Actually, no, queue list be our input event modifiers. So on this, we would need the modifier type of function here. Should be determine modifier. I'll just call it determine modifiers. Determine modifiers. Do I want that to be a private thing? So if we have a thing called set modifiers, it's a public, or set keys actually. So we want this to be read keys, set keys. And then we have a void set keys of a queue string list. And this would actually just be a queue string of key. Maybe this would be set combo. We have our modifiers. So this would be a queue property, queue list. Been focusing on work. In fact, at work, since it's been absolutely slow, decided to tune in. Nice. Read. Well, glad to be doing something here. Modifiers. We'll do member. Modifiers. Member modifiers. Maybe. I don't know. So we have that, and then we have the key. You do just one key, right? Do people do like Control Alt TF or something? I don't. I feel like maybe just keeping in the scope of one for now is okay. Rest are modifiers. I think it's probably alright. We're gonna do it that way for now. So we're gonna have modifiers, which is the queue. I can't be fucking bothered to type def. Input list. I feel like it's this, right? Then each one of these input list. It's my god. I'm not gonna type it again. Input list. There we go. Isn't that so much better? Jeez. All right. Key is queue string name. Don't even need to do it this way, to be honest. Actions, Q string, list, key, Q string, modifiers, input list, name, string, something like that. And then we have a keybind where it's set combo. And this is a void. And we have a void keybind, which is determine modifiers. And then this we need to pass in the Q string list. Which is keys. Q string list keys. Combo. Right. I think it's probably safe to say we'll do auto modifiers is everything except the last item. Right, well, maybe not. Maybe it's... I feel like you have to do it as like, you can't do Control S Alt or something. Having it all be orderly is probably acceptable. So we're gonna have this as input list. Input list. So we're going to iterate over each of the keys. We're going to create our queue. We're going to create input list. Auto modifiers is equal to input list for const. Auto const key of keys. This is where it probably gets a little gnarly. Might not even be the right way, you know, like there might actually just be a function for mapping. Let me see, actually. RG. No, I just want it to be this. Let's reset it. I have to open this up in a proper console. User include Mir-all. I'll just do this. RG. Primary modifier for application switch. Yeah, so this is all event builder. I just want to be able to get it from a string. Which they, oh no, they have a get enum value modifier, which, oh, that's in a test anyways. No. Optional modifier state, that's the XKB mapper. XKB mapper. Let's see. XKB mapper, key mapper. Let's see. Set key states with IDs. Map events. KB. XKB. So we have probably with char. Nope. Okay. Keymapper.h. No. All right, maybe I'll have to ask Alan about that. If there's a clear API for that. For now, I'm just gonna do this gnarly thing of let's close all these. Yes. No, let's keep that open. Move this down here. All right. Switch key. Case is requires expression. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Meta. Just fucking no. No, I don't want to do it that way. Why would you? Jesus. Expression, integer type, yeah. Let's map out a few. Key is equal to meta. It's music. Lower it there. Let me switch over to the other. Okay, OBS just decided. Let's see. Is it back? Cool. OBS. There's no show confirmation dialog when stopping stream. Yes, please. Sorry about that, guys. Crap. It was just like, it's like, and it's gone. It was like, the close button worked, to be fair. I did exactly what, I didn't mean to press the close button. But... oh, hold on. All I wanted to do was check the audio volume. All right. Well, we'll do it like this. Key equals meta. We're gonna do modifiers dot push. I'll do append back. And it's gonna be mir input event modifier meta. Let's just stick with like 2, you know, or 3 actually. We'll do if key equals key equals this. We're gonna do control or key equals control left. We'll do it like that. Else if key equals alt or key alt left. Modifiers dot append mir input event modifier alt. return determine modifier. Let's see, return modifiers. Let's just map these out first. Out of line definition. Let's see, q string list. We have an input. Determine modifiers. Does not match any definition in keybind. Input list, keybind, : determine modifiers, q string list. With our type def here. Well, let's do this. Auto modifiers is equal to determine modifiers on combo. What? Is that just not saving? What's going on here? No, it was just refusing to save. So we do that, and then we want to basically have a comparison. So anything that is not in what's like the intersection between the two, effectively. So let's see. Push back, move, place. Well, we'll do this. Auto. Let's see. How do I want to? Q string key. Like so. I mean, actually, I don't even have to do it that way. So if, so for auto const key in combo if modifiers dot contains key, continue, otherwise we will determine that as being the key. So we'll do m key. Oh, I just call it key here. Or whatever. Key equals, well, I guess this key, but these should really be member m keys. M modifiers. M name. So M actions needs to be updated. Modifiers. Key and name. And then this isn't even a thing. So we have modifiers. We have a Q string of key, which reads from, this is just going to be member M key. We have that set combo. So you do a set combo, which would then have this. So you could set them separately. M key equals key. Return. So if it's a modifier, we continue. Otherwise, we set M key and we return. And M modifiers is equal to me modifiers. Something like that. Or we could even do it like this. M modifiers is directly that, and then we check if M modifiers contains the key. That might be the better of the options. M key. M modifiers. Right. And then let's have a Oh, of course, we're returning an enum, but it's... Well, it has multiple. Let's take a look at our main. Mods is event modifiers. Yeah, which is just all those event modifiers. Yeah. Let me RG that. Yeah. Modifier 0. So we have input device state, input event, 0, 0, which is none. Mods. So I just want to check if it has that. It's not mods alt. I will say this is something I've never really been a fan of in programming, is all these like, is it bit masks or whatever the fuck they're called? So for this, we are checking all of our keybinds. So auto keybind is equal to, I guess technically it could be an optional, standard optional, or we could use it as just the Q shared pointer. Keybind null. Because if it's unset, then we do a for auto const keybind pointer is equal to our config : instance keybinds for each of our keybinds. We'll then check, right, and get the auto modifiers is equal to keybind pointer modifiers it's a Q well, I guess we'll just do modifiers. So we have our input list. If the mods unsigned int, oh, this isn't gonna work because it's like the bit mask thing where it's like if multiple things are pressed, then it, all right, let's output this. Qdebug mask thing or whatever. Mods. Let's just cook that. Take our build task, build test setup, task build. Did you mean M actions? In config, yes. Because I haven't updated that code. So we need to keybinds dot our keybind set combo, which is going to be our keybind entry. Oh, it needs to be this. Name has no thing of name. Oh, wasn't that the whole thing with like the mock stuff that you had to do? With main mock. I feel like I want to have then the dedicated ones. Read get actions. Write set actions. Key is going to be read only. Read get key. Input list. Read get modifiers. Name. Name will be read get name. Write set name. So we're going to want void set action. QString list action. Have input list, which is going to be get modifiers. You have a set name, QString name. We also need the get key as well to the QString get key. Like so. Of course, none of these are actually defined here, so we need to set those up. Which is going to be QString. Keybind. One more get key. Let's see. It should be a return of and key. Input list keybind get modifiers. Right, so we have next we need void keybind set action, which is QString list action. And this is going to just be m action is equal to action. M actions, yes. Set actions, actions. Set actions and actions. Did I say actions enough? Lights camera action, void keybind, : set name of a QString, name, m name is going to just be name. Right, I think those are all the so now if we do set name and then set actions of this, like so. Now task build. So it is having an issue on the has no member named get actions. Yes, that's correct. I forgot to do a definition for that, so also forgot to do it here. QString list get actions. All right. Did I forget anything else? Get name. Ah, yes. Get name. So it is complaining about conversion of the const mir input event modifier type to const q byte array view. Q byte array view. It references a contiguous portion of raw bytes it does not own. It acts as an interface type to all kinds of byte array-like data, without the need to construct a cube byte array first. The byte array data may be represented as an array or an array-compatible data structures, such as cube byte array, standard basic string, etc. of char, signed char, unsigned char, or standard byte. Okay. Design as an interface type. Its main use is a function parameter type. So it is, if I go all the way up, it's the key stuff. Yeah. Right. Also, I have to double check. 1 sec, my camera here. Hold on here. Studio mode. No, it's correct. It's just being cut off in studio mode. All right. Just would have been funny if the entire time the video was cut off. All right. Let's get back to it. So it's the whole like weird like bit stuff thing. Like if I pull this up, where did I see it defined? Some modifiers. Yeah, because it's an individual modifier. Edge console. This one. Pretty sure I saw it. Where the heck did I see it defined? Your keyboard event. Keyboard action. KB modifiers. I wonder if I could actually just create my own Mir keyboard event and then plug that in instead of the way I'm doing it now. That might be the way of going about it, but where was it? Event. Losing my mind. Was it literally just here? Might have been. Yeah, it's the type def enum stuff. Let's see. I could create my own queue object for this, where it's like the type def like enum thing, you know. but I feel like I should be able to represent it better. I'm gonna look it up. I'm out of my depth here with all the fuck. I hate bitwise enums. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. Salt. So according to some cute documentation, general C++ ones, I would do something like, could I just represent it as? I might not need this to be an input list. It might just be like this. Event modifiers. And as I iterate over them, I would do something like auto. It'd be like this modifier is equal to this. Colon, none at first, maybe. This is the default. And then instead of append, if it's meta, you do what modifier, like or equal or whatever the frickin' whatever that means in bitwise thing. Like this. Incompatible type. From incompatible type. If you're wondering what I'm looking off screen to try to see. Yeah, I want to combine the bitwise stuff. Can't hitting bits. Is it like this modifier, existing modifier, and then that maybe? No fucking idea. I hate bitwise. Pattern. This, I think. I'm looking at CPP reference for this. Pattern here. I feel like it should be like this. The input modifiers. What? Let me double check the main CPP here. What is this? This is modifiers. Which is a type undef. Oh, okay. I think it's. We do this. Modifier none. Can I do this? Oh, maybe that'll work. Maybe that'll work. Modifier this is equal to this. Modifier something like that. Turn modifier. And this is going to be a input modifiers. Determine modifiers. Yes, yes. That is not correct, Josh. You're doing everything wrong. I'm aware. We do that. And then anywhere we have this input list. So here we're going to do modifiers where the default value is going to be a mir event. Mir input event none. This returns that, and then oh, this is kind of funny. Shit, but we also need our own representation for the key. How can I get the modifier for this? Because in theory it would return none. Right. If I take a look at C++, I've been diving in a bit after brushing up on my C. Got my hex check for upgrade to use GDK3, and now for fun of it, I'm working on QML Q6. It's been a learning experience. Your hex check for that. Didn't you like? How long have you been working on that? And why? Like who uses IRC nowadays? There's Matrix. I mean, I'm sure it's fun. Or do you use it for VBA still? For your all your like Visual Boy Advance -M stuff. I bet that's it. Neil says, hey, oh shit, he's already 17, 18. Oops. Well, I gotta get the ball rolling on this, don't I? So if can I get the modifier for, I gave it up for a while, and I still use it time to time for some projects that still use ours. Gotcha. But I'm trying to think what uses IRC nowadays? So we want this to return a modifier. So let me do a good old RG. WL roots does. That doesn't surprise me. So we want to get this by the key sim thing. I mean, what I could do here is get the modifiers. I don't even think I would need this. So we have this function. M modifier. So we have modifier. We iterate over our combo for each key in the thing, right? So for each key in combo, if the key is meta, blah, 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 blah. Otherwise, else if M key is empty, we'll set M key is equal to key. We'll do something like that. And then M modifiers is equal to M just modifier there. So maybe this will work. And then we don't even need this function. probably a terrible way of doing it. FDO projects. Right. Once HexChat stopped active development, I decided to fork it. But the projects I follow, like Minji W64, still use mailing lists and IRC. Oh god. Mailing lists. You poor soul, man. I do not envy you. Alright, so in our main here, we have our get modifiers. So we need to check for each of them. We get our modifiers here. So keyboard get modifier. If what modifiers and how the hell do what and modifiers and mod equals mods? Q debug found a match, yo. Else. Well, we're not gonna do anything. Not gonna do anything there. So in theory, we should quote unquote get a match when we do what is our default here? Control Alt B. If we're splitting by the separator of that. Task setup. Task build. Let's see. Assuming any of this builds, of course, which it probably will. Undefined referenced const config instance. Okay. Are we forgetting to pull that in? I get the feeling that we are. Config HPP, no. Config. Where is it? Config colon instance. I mean, it's our static on this. It's our instance here. Oh man, I guess we haven't created it yet. Let's do that. We don't even need to do that. This should work. Lambda main. Undefined reference. Is it? It's because we're just missing all the prima ones, keybind, conf, explicit, blah, blah, blah. Let me double check my state thing here. ED outputs state. We have our main here. Instance, yeah. Instance. Certainly seems to me like it exists. What am I missing here? Yeah, public. Could change that. Static and static, okay. auto config. Like should be that, and like this. I don't even know if that'll work. Let's find out. No, now it's complaining about, it's still complaining about it here. Even though we're pulling in config HPP, but let's check our CMake. Which, oh boy, this is, I mean, it's something. So this is what I get every frickin' time. It might just be the CMake integration for some reason, like it's because it's from Microsoft. It's just doing like this Clang CL thing. Every time it's like it's unable to compile a simple program, and it's like it can't find the Visual Studio installation. It's like, well, I don't want to compile with frickin' SVC stuff. Config.hpp. This needs to be a library thing. Let me, before I go too crazy here, I'm gonna open up Budgie shell actually. That way I can just copy from Budgie shell the doing things for static library thing. CMake, add a library. Yeah, I also just manually invoke it, but it's part of like the when it saves, it's doing that. I'm gonna do set, and I'm gonna do, for reference, I'm just doing this here as you can see. So we're gonna do our sources here. So we're gonna do Magpie srcs, and this is gonna include everything. So config.hpp, config.cpp, config keybind.hpp. Oh, I'm doing it in, I think I might even be doing this in, well, whatever, in Budgie shell, or Budgie desktop settings. Add library, Budgie desktop services. My brain is cooked. I do Magpie lib static, because I am not creative. Magpie srcs. I'm literally gonna copy this over from here and rename this to Magpie lib. Magpie lib. Do target link. Let's like all this. Magpie. And we want all this stuff. Like so. And then we have the add executable. It's main CPP, I think. Then this needs to be this. And then we need to link it. And let's actually rename this to be Magpie. Then this needs to be Magpie and Magpie libs. of Magpie lib. And then we have our set output target stuff. So here it's going to be called Magpie, and we're going to call this Magpie. Task setup. All right, so what is it failing on now? Oh yeah, because, oh, you know, let me see if I can, let me go in the extension settings for this, see, make tools, settings. I do not want it to auto reconfigure or configure on open or configure on edit. All I want from it is highlighting. Kit scanning off. Services yes. Export is fine, although I'll do that myself. Thank you. Load compile commands is fine. Build die not save before build. No. I will do all this myself. Thank you. Okay. Task setup. Add library incorrect number of arguments. Well, that's probably correct. If I take a look at add library here. We have that, and we have the sources. Where we have set sources here. Where is this? Line 31. Oh, no, it's because we have an empty one there. All right, task built. I don't expect that to fix it, but let's find out. Well, still undefined reference. Okay. Am I missing? Let me open up. Open up the Budgie desktop services here. So we have state here. Do I need to actually define up here? Oh, fuck, I do. Yep. Config instance static config instance of null pointer return instance. Well, I had to get the other thing done anyways. Was successful. Looks like it. All right. Well, let's see what happens. Let's close this one. Where do we have it running here? Task run. So we are looking for what? Control Alt. Control Alt. We have mask thing or whatever is called. Yeah, the keyboard event here. So you know what? Let's see. So it didn't work. Not surprised, right? But if we go over here and we add to our code here for each of our keybinds, we have our modifiers. Let's add a Q debug, checking keybind for, and it's going to be keybind pointer get name with, let's see, with modifier, we'll do keybind pointer get modifiers, which calls keybind pointer get actions. Keybind, something like that, right? Modifiers. When the modifiers and key keybind pointer. Get actions. Just. That is long. Let's split that up. Modifiers, which calls when pressed. Let's do something like that. Because I want to see if it's even adding our Firefox one. Because if it's not, then there's nothing for it to actually run with. That's something. That's a lot of noise. Well, let's see. Control Alt. Oh, that blew up. All right. Alt Control. Oh, it's dying whenever it hits that, so that's cool. That means it's getting past this at least, and then it gets to this point, and then it starts trying to iterate over our keybinds and blows up. Not bad. Okay, well, let's take a look at that then. So we return M keys, which is initially an empty. So all of our keybinds. So we refresh our keybinds. Which is keybind list, which is this. But does this actually add it? Hold on. Let's see. I get the feeling because this isn't a thing that it blows up. So we're going to do KConfig group. So we have our config. And we're going to add I want to create a group here. So isn't just KConfig group of we need a point to the config, mconfig with the name of keybinds. We'll do something like that. That might fix the runtime thing. Run task build here. Task run. Come on. Let's. Fuck. I mean, is it creating the thing or the file? Nope, nothing. I'm not surprised. Write entry into our keybinds group. QString value, yeah. Is it related? Let's just start commenting now. I mean, surely this would blow up immediately. So where is it trying to write this to? Oh, it's Budgie. It's Budgie desktop. No, we're gonna rename this immediately. But let's cat the file. Budgie desktop. I mean, it's here. It's just our. Okay, so the config thing isn't the one that's the issue. It's because this is fine. Well, that's good to know. Need to. There's one. Tissue. So it's going to be the iteration here. We do the mask, quote unquote mask thing, and then we iterate over the keybind. So I get the feeling the issue is this mkeybinds thing. let's run this with GDB. So let me open up our task file. I do gdb./build bin org buddy's a budgie magpie. No, can I set env? Set env. How the hell do I do the freaking env setting? I never remember this. GDB set env. Oh, it's literally set space env. Set space env Wayland goes Wayland underscore display is equal to Wayland hyphen 99 R. Control Alt BT. So it is on the operator that put string. Oh, it doesn't know how to iterate over the modifier thing. It freaks out on that Q. So it's this. Where is it? It's our modifiers thing here. This unsigned int. Unsigned into Q string. Let's see what happens here. What's it gonna cook up? Number unsigned int? Maybe? I guess we'll find out, right? Q string from a number. Or it's a static cast of unsigned into the modifiers. I mean, it makes sense to me. But it's still doesn't like it. Assign int on the modifiers. Let's see. Convert. Map bit live and Q. Q string. I don't want to make a version that is a QEnum. All I want to do is just stringify it, you know? Oh well. I get the feeling off stream I'm gonna have to fart around with that. Task build. Well, let's see if it even gets the thing of checking. No, it's still. Okay, actions. Is it related to the hell? Let's run that in GDB, I guess. Set env Wayland display equals Wayland -99 R. PT. Put string on, what is it? Append. Unsigned long. which is pressed. We have our model. You know what? If I just, I'm just gonna comment it out. They have to be this. That's good. Oh, found a match. But is it gonna find a match if I just do this? Yeah. But it's not actually. For modifiers, which is the events, I would expect it equaled mods. You know? But it's not. How are we doing it here? If not mods alt or not mods return. Mir input modifier has control and alt. Because I would expect it just to be like equals, but it's bitwise stuff, right? So contains most common. I want the exact check for modifiers. I'm gonna do this again. I want to see just task build, task run. If I do control alt, alt control, control alt, mask or whatever it's called on 1536, 1542. This is 6, so it combines to be the 1542. Right, so I would expect that mine is equal to that when I do control alt. Let me just, I have it set to control alt B, right? Yes, control alt B. But if I check my logic here in keybind, Q debug key. So we set it to none, which is 0. We'll do let's see key, no, we'll do modifier modifier. Damn, I was really hoping to get everything magically working, you know, end to end. It doesn't seem like that's the case. That's all right. Made some good progress though. Learned a lot of things. So I need to see, it's going to be way before all of our stuff here. Modifier 513515. Oh yeah, because it is actually reading from the group, isn't it? I get the feeling that's what it's doing. Or is that for each hit the key in combo? Oh, right. We need to do this modifier that way. Task build. Oh, looks like the music ended again. We could play it one last time. I gotta really find music for the next time. All right, we're gonna do dot slash task run. So if I scroll all the way up again, still 5515. Okay, we'll do qdebug adding key modifier key. We add Control and Alt. Okay. So we match it on this, so we know it's Alt. And if I check our config here, not config, we need to check main. We are comparing, what are we trying to do? Control, yes, and Alt. And then B. Control, Alt, and B. All right. Well, sadly, I actually have to end here because I have a stand-up. I gotta attend, right? For Budgie, and then we got Budgie 10.10.1 stuff. So tomorrow we're going to be back. I'll announce it after all the 10.10 stuff. I'll make another post on my personal accounts. We'll be back again at this tomorrow. On the plus side, so we've learned some stuff about KConfig. We've also not learned a lot of stuff. In the sense that I still don't know how we will properly do the dynamic keybind shenanigans. I have a vague idea of how we're going to do it. I started implementing that, but I was really hoping to be able to leverage KConfig XT and the XML stuff. But it might be for keybinds in particular, it won't be useful because they're so dynamic. But it might be that there's other elements that we can leverage KConfig XT for. So we'll tinker with that some more, but I need to figure out the whole bitwise operator stuff. Figure out what the heck is going on there. Because we're adding the modifiers. The modifier itself doesn't seem to be correct, so I need to actually double check. Are we even Mir input event modifier? Yeah, so we're pulling in the right one, so we'll see. But we'll work on this more tomorrow. And yeah, I appreciate you all tuning in. And I will see you tomorrow. Might not be the same time. It might be an hour later. It just gives me some time to have some lunch or something in the morning. But I'll post about that afterwards. So thank you all. And you all have a lovely one. Bye-bye.